Calibre wants the song. He'll get the song.
Is
So as it turns out, the owner of the song is Dario Martinelli.
indeed. Seems appropriate.
Yeah.
Musicology and Biosemiotics.
What's up with Chaganov's presentation?
He's gonna zoom in live.
Okay.
So he says, and he sent.
Maybe he wants us to go through his slides. I don't think so. That would make no sense.
He didn't specify that, but communicating with him is a bit movement.
Yeah. But we have Russian speakers here, so
Yeah.
it might be easier.
I told him to log in at 11:20.
What's that one? What time do you think we should play Sherman's video?
Say we're doing 5 o'clock.
Alright, we have him here? Yeah, there's not going to be questions for him probably. So, I mean, because he's not going to be connected anyway, so I don't think we can solve his questions.
John said he'd be live.
Okay.
But we have to be recording.
Aliyah, can you hear me?
together I see yellow and blue, clearing out the darkness, sowing for the harvest. I see yellow and blue, with these hands and these bricks, turning days into weeks, till the city builds away all the pain. When the monster is gone, the worship on the run, and we feel the sunshine again. Mending broken pieces, keeping up the spirits. I hear yellow and blue, breathing in the clean air, chasing out the nightmare. I hear yellow and blue, where remains of the steers, turning months into years, till this country sounds like no one will cry when the monster has drowned, 'cause it all comes around, and the birds are back into the sky, and we'll be yellow and blue, we'll be yellow and blue, we'll be yellow and blue, we'll be yellow and with a new morning light, turning wrong into right, till the world has no more reasons to hurt. And that morning will come, and the monster will be gone, and we'll dance along the beating hearts, and we'll be yellow and blue, 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 we'll be yellow and
Dear friends, this song was created by Martinelli, who is our very good friend, soul semi-artist, and now living in Lithuania. So yeah, he is also a musician and doing such nice things.
Very good. And again, I would like to personally apologize. Yesterday's festivities were seemingly insensitive. It's always complex times. Choosing signs is always fraught. And I think it goes without saying, in our group, any top-down control, any kind of imperialism, any kind of brutal force of relations is antithetical to what semiosis is. None of us believe in this. And at the same time, we're always moral, so we have to do our best to bring friendship, love, and joy to it, no matter what the situation. And just today, of course, we celebrated the way that was done 50, 60 years ago with 11 Rex and all the your friends. So I hope we can balance the validity of both groups. social studies involved with thinking about the world overlap multiply, and at different times, different aspects of what to the fore. In our conferences, we try to bring to the fore our science, mathematics, and our friendship. But there's also a world outside, as many of our presentations have been addressing this year in particular. And we cannot pretend it's not there, it is there. So once again, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry if there was if anyone felt that this was insensitive, and I don't mean that in a type of, I'm sorry if you took it wrong. There is no taking it wrong, it's taking it. It's taking it. That's what the signs are. So I hope we can keep these two things alive in mind at the same time.
Don is the heart of our biosemiotics.
And he appears to be with us. Can you hear us, Caleb?
Yes, I can.
Word. Lovely to see you. So, Caleb Jose Tardio's presentation is called Waves of Magnetic Debris, J.G. Ballard's The Voices of Time, and the Biosemiotic Postmodern. So take it away, Caleb.
First off, I'd like to thank the Biosemiotics group and the University of Glasgow for having me. This is it's a huge honor. I've been really looking forward to this for a long time. I was originally going to present a biosemiotic interpretation of some historical texts, including Ballard's, and hopefully I'll get to a segment of that. But watching the presentations this week, I realized that we would perhaps all be better served if I instead described how, as a literature critic, I found myself drawn to the biosemiotics community, how I think the study of narrative benefits from the discipline's insights, and include some thoughts on performing biosemiotic literary criticism, because it's still it's a mode that is still in its infancy. Also, it's 2 a.m. here in Denver, so I'm not sure if I can keep my qualisigns and my legisigns straight. So forgive me if I start to something. So I'll give a brief overview of my path here and then quickly outline a biosemiotic interpretation of postmodern narrative. I study and teach postmodern fiction. I began with a love for Jorge Luis Borges, Clarice Lispector, and Julio Cortázar, but quickly expanded my enthusiasm to others, Kurt Vonnegut, P.K. Dick, Thomas Pynchon. These writers represent the wild west of cognitive adventure that is both technically challenging, but also remarkably humane, funny, and rewarding. But the concept of the postmodern is highly fraught. Like many of my peers in literary studies, my search for theoretical tools for analyzing and teaching postmodern literature led to postmodern critical theory, which, to be brief, could not account for the sense of adventure, experimentation, and metaphysical exploration that was so clear to me in the art itself. This sense of something awry in the dominant interpretive procedures of the humanities would push me in several directions at once. I needed a non-postmodern theory to address the reality of postmodern art. So I launched a research program that would seek to connect postmodern literature with history in ways that, although perhaps idiosyncratic to my own way of thinking, would be concrete, teachable, and generative. My experimental and ad hoc plan would pursue the prongs of literary and cultural history, semiotic theory, and the history of media technology. My first move was to reconsider postmodern fiction in terms of its literary genealogy. A principal resource here was the fact that many postmodern writers were very explicit about their sources. Borges, Eco, Calvino and many more cited genre adventures, Robert Louis Stevenson, Edgar Allan Poe, and Jules Verne, as the inspiration for their own work. Other writers, like J.G. Ballard, wrote within the genre tradition. I hypothesized that perhaps whatever it was that postmodern literature represented in terms of culture and history could be traced to its generic heritage. And I was not alone in believing this. Brian McHale and Friedrich Jameson had both argued that science fiction was a central model for postmodern art and theory. McHale writes, and actually I'm going to share my screen. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see it, but I will. Let's see if this comes through. Just give me a shout here if it's not working. Actually, that doesn't seem to be working, so I'm just going to skip that. Sorry, a little bit of a technical problem.
No problem. It's fine.
Cool. One of those 2 a.m. problems.
Yeah.
So Brian McHale writes that science fiction is the key to what he calls the ontologically dominated valence of the postmodern. He writes that the reason for this is that science fiction stages close encounters between different worlds, placing them in confrontation, and as a result foregrounds their respective structures and disparities between them. Actually, McHale argues confronting our own world with something which comes from outside or beyond that world, thing that fiction does by definition. Now I thought, like, this is what I was looking for. The postmodern accelerates through science fiction a basic impulse to model the relationships between models. This implied link between literature's most exciting and challenging mode of storytelling, postmodern narrative, and a fundamental capacity to generate and enjoy complexes of internal paradigms was something that could get me to another level of analysis. The capacity to occupy, move through, and participate in paradigmatic environments was not only an important key to my own research, it was, I felt then and I still do, a necessary supplement to my home discipline. American literature departments, it shall probably come as no surprise, rely heavily on the postmodern critical theory of people in the school of Derrida, Foucault, etc. Even those who attempt to transcend the classical theoreticians, such as Marx, Freud, and Nietzsche, implicitly draw from those presuppositions from that quarter. Such is the case in many forms of identitarian theories, post-humanism, post-colonialism, digital humanities, post-structuralism, etc. These modes of thinking are not bad. As Jesper Hoffmeyer says, the postmodernist wave did serve us well in pointing to the dependence of our preferred stories upon the contextual matrices of our personal and social lives. But it served us badly in extinguishing all confidence in realism in the sense of a search for knowledge about mind-independent reality. Exemplary of the critical theory approach is Jameson's interpretation of science fiction's meaning qua postmodernism. Jameson writes, "I would base the necessity of ideological analysis on the very nature of science fiction itself. For me, it is only incidentally about science or technology, and even more incidentally about unusual psychic states. It seems to me that science fiction in its very nature is a symbolic meditation on history itself. If this is the case, then surely we have, as readers, not been equal to the capacity of the form itself until we have resituated SF into the vision of the relationship of man to social and political and economic forces, which is its historical element." I wish to express the disappointment I feel when I read these words. It is not as though I am deaf to considering SF as an index of ideological and economic relations. Indeed, I am used to that point of view. But the spirit of science fiction, the feeling of science fiction, especially in its more postmodern forms, surely communicates something about science, something about technology, and especially something about psychic states. For Jameson, those who enjoy or are moved by these aspects of science fiction are somehow not reading it correctly. Helpfully, Donald Favreau writes, "The tradition of seeing the human being as the perpetually duped and deceived animal would turn out to be one of the most enduring if unfortunate, tropes of all modernity, snaking its way out of Plato's cave through the revolutionary pronouncements of Marx and Freud, and through to the revelationary pronouncements of neuronal and genetic eliminative materialism on the one hand, and the pseudo-postmodernism of radical deconstructionism on the other. Nothing could be more diametrically opposed to the understandings advanced by biosemiotics than this self-regarding yet internally contradictory stance. But I didn't know this at the time. It took a while for me to catch up to what was going on here. And not knowing what to do with my dissatisfaction with critical theory, I returned to semiotics generally, particularly to Shklovsky, whom I had admired very much early in my education. Shklovsky's concept of defamiliarization affirms that we can know more than we say, but still recognize the truth of experience when it undergoes aesthetic, semiotic transformations that distill truth's legibility, or the legibility of experience. We find a similar thesis elaborated by Polanyi, taken in a biosemiotic direction by Wendy Wheeler, for whom the fact we can have tacit knowledge at all signifies the development of skills within complex totalities that exhibit patterned behavior. From Shklovsky, it was a hop and a skip to Jure Lotman's description of semiotic models, and from there to Charles Sanders Peirce, and ultimately to Hofmeyr, and ultimately to biosemiotics generally. So here I am with this way of thinking. All my colleagues think I'm nuts, except notably those in animal studies and science and technology studies. The two prongs of my research program, literary history and semiotics, are providing me with substantial answers and even more substantial questions. Even the most abstract of postmodern fables operates by means of representing a perceptual environment, an Umwelt, that results from what Maturana and Varela called structural couplings between organism and environment. To quote Don Favreau again, actually from earlier in this conference, the objects of the organism's Umwelt are constituted by the dynamics of the world that it has modeled, but it is also always situated within a larger world of as yet unmodeled dynamics that can have consequences for it, and that it might someday come to model. It is very clear in this light that the spirit of science fiction provides postmodern narrative with a vocabulary for modeling these as yet unmodeled dynamics, often even as inchoate icons or indices, models of analog science that are the result of the post-industrial environment. Postmodern fiction extends the model jumping capacity of science fiction to foster open-ended, heterogeneous, and continual adventures into new models. But this is still a somewhat generic theoretical statement. If it is to say something about something concrete about culture, it requires historical particularity. My analysis of generic history of the generic history of postmodern fiction led me to focus my attention on the early 1960s. In the United States, the novels of William S. Burroughs had created an explosion of interest in consciousness, technology, and new ways of representing social relations. In England, a follower of Burroughs and a student of biology, J.G. Ballard, issued a call to arms, encouraging science fiction writers a new literary language. He writes, "If writers are to describe the advanced techniques of the space age, they must invent writing techniques equally advanced in order to properly deal with them." Ballard and Burroughs both are very explicit that the techniques and technics of their day demand an aesthetic response. But what are the advanced techniques to which they refer? While the vacuum tube used for electronic amplification and switching had existed since the turn of the century and had been widely available since the 1920s, but the technological innovation that fueled the space age was its successor, the transistor. Transistors are cheap, small, and powerful devices that allowed electronic products to flood the consumer markets of the 1960s. Marshall McLuhan has argued that media is the message. In some ways, the McLuhanite thesis appears obvious in the biosemiotic context, wherein all differences that make a difference constitute a kind of message, qualitatively structured by its material substrate. But McLuhan and other media scholars remind us of how technological development augments the very fabric of biological life. As media theorists like Trevor Pinch and Friedrich Kittler have argued, the transistor made changes to the human sensorium in part by making the electronic synthesis of sound possible. While sound synthesis is by no means the only area of technological development that contributes to the historical sensorium of the space age, it is one of the most telling. Guy Deleuze writes, in his great semiological theory, Peirce first defined icons by similitude and symbols by a conventional rule, but he acknowledged that the conventional symbols are composed of icons by virtue of the phenomena of isomorphism, and that pure icons range far beyond qualitative similitude and consist of diagrams. But it is still difficult to explain what an analogical diagram is, as opposed to a digital code or symbolic code. Today, we can relate it to the sonorous example of synthesizers. Alexander Galloway, in his book on the rule, continues this line, quoting Deleuze. Analogical synthesizers are modular, Deleuze continued, contrasting them with digital synthesizers. They establish an immediate connection between heterogeneous elements. End quote from Deleuze, continuing from Galloway. So although digital synthesizers are integral, slicing up the world into masses of heterogeneous code, atoms, analogical synthesizers work through modularity. What this means is that the different elements, remaining relatively whole and heterogeneous to one another, are nevertheless able to interoperate immediately. They can touch each other directly despite their differences. Deleuze and Galloway here use the technical functions of analog semiosis as a way to describe its biological and social function. And I think this is a key in some ways of situating semiosis and biosemiosis in the postmodern. What Ballard calls the space age, what we now recognize as being the beginning of the postmodern explosion, was in fact the age of the analog. The technology and the techniques that inspired an age of literary experimentation were those that, by virtue of isomorphism between signals and perceptive bodies, synthetically expanded the horizon of, to use Favreau's quote again, the as yet unmodeled dynamics of the general environment. Thus, the postmodern represents the heterogeny of models furnished by electronic synthesis and the navigations that they entail. Because it's extremely late for me, and I think I probably need to wrap up, I'm going to end here with just a note on literary criticism and biosemiotics and kind of the direction that I see it going and that I hope it goes into. Techniques should be considered in the biosemiotic analysis of culture. Soren Breyer has obviously provided a wealth of tools towards this end, but as biosemiotics matures as a tool for literary criticism, the technical element must be stressed, since the actual machines of our lives make up the texture of structural couplings that co-create our sensorium and our striving. W. John Coletta and Timo Moran have made tremendous contributions to biosemiotics as criticism, but notably Moran excludes techniques from his consideration of modeling. Quote, unlike technical modeling, which is based on algorithms and in which the model's relationship with the object can be unequivocally defined, literature employs a rich variety of tools of expression provided by multiple codes and languages, leading to the creation of a comprehensive, poetically structured representation. This approach from Moran is, I think, I absolutely see the reason for positing that. But real analogical technical models, however, cannot be unequivocally defined on account of both incalculable homomorphism, but also noise and chaos. Also, as Peirce points out, sign relations happen at every possible existential level, including, I believe, the technical existential level. I was going to do a reading of a section of Ballard, but I want to just kind of cut to the chase of what that reading represents. in stories, in postmodern stories often, and particularly in postmodern science fiction stories, machines act as a type of interpretant that introduces a human character to their animal self, their animal selfhood, or the animal reality. For instance, in Voices of Time by J.G. Ballard, there's an X-ray machine that irradiates a man, causes him to activate a gene in his DNA sequence that allows him to perceive in different areas of the magnetic spectrum. The machine itself functions as a type of interpretant that introduces him to the, again, as of yet not modeled dynamics of his environment. And I see this pattern happening over and over again in this type of literature. And I think it poses a really interesting question for the work of biosemiotic literary criticism, because machines are so central to the sequence of interpretants that produce the model of being a human subject in the time period in question. So all of that to say, I encourage and am excited to see more work on the nature of machines coupled with the modeling technologies of literature itself. I'd like to thank you again for hearing my talk, and I look forward to hearing the other ones. Have a good day.
Very much, Caleb. Questions from the audience? But I thought it was an excellent presentation. There's two domains of thinking that aren't commonly cross-pollinated between each other. And I suppose I'd agree with your point regarding the fact that critical theorists and postmodernists, maybe at a certain point at least, have been too skeptical, right? Or too critical, or too solipsistic, maybe, if you will. At the same time, this lesson of this critical thinking, of the critical philosophy, is nevertheless an indispensable one, especially for the disciplinary identity of semiotics. And so I guess I would ask you, well, you acknowledge that critical theory could learn from biosemiotics, and I agree with that. But what about the reverse? What do you think biosemiotics could learn from critical theory?
You got to unmute. Did you? Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah, you're good. Oh, excellent. Your audio is a little distorted, by the way. I'm not sure what that's about. This is an excellent question that if I had more time in this presentation, I would have addressed it more thoroughly. One of the principal things that drew me to biosemiotics was that Wendy Wheeler, Jesper Hoffmeyer, Don Favreau, John Dealey all had incredibly lucid explanations for what the strand of postmodern theory represents. Wendy Wheeler calls it ultramodernism. I think Don Favreau calls it pseudo postmodernism. I will answer that by saying I do think that in some ways critical theory, a lot of it, particularly Saussurean kind of based critical theory, also dialectically based critical theory, is part of what has been recognized as a kind of digitalist genealogy in philosophy, dualist at least, digitalist possibly, that kind of reduces human experience into mind and body relations as being separate, irreparably separate. What do I think that style of thinking can give to biosemiotics? I do think a more thorough account of ideology would be, and particularly now, US things are like the ideology war seems to find new levels of complexity every day. And I think that, obviously Sklovsky was an early volley in this conversation about defamiliarization, about reaching through ideology in some sense in order to rediscover the life that we actually live. But I think that biosemiotics has a lot that it can say in a very direct way about the nature of ideology in particular.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Excellent answer. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move on to the next presenter. But thank you very much for your presentation. All right then. So, our next presenter, my dear friend, Paolo Tabacchini, who works here at Vygotsky University. And I'll find his abstract. He's going to be talking to us about biopoetics and Vygotsky, as I recall. Isn't that right? Where's your? Yes. Oh. His presentation is called "What Appears Twice." So take it away, Paolo.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to address my very warm thank you to the organizer.
Sorry, try to really directly into it.
Yeah, this one. I would like to address a very warm thank you for the organizer, Tyler, Ludmila, Claudio, who is there, and all the staff that realized this very, very nice and interesting conference. Second one, secondary, I would like to start with an excusatio non petita, because I'm not a biosemiotics, I'm a philologist, but I'm very interested about this kind of study, and I would like to take this other perspective, another point of view. So, my intellect has been shaped under the sign of Spinoza's words, and it has tried not to be unstunned, not to be loud, not to be cry, but to be understand. Through others, we became ourselves. So, in my presentation, I would like to explain two different parts. The first one, I would like to answer this question: what is the literary Darwinism and the biopoetics that is born inside it? And the second one, I would like to propose a theoretical framework based on Vygotskian semiotics. So, what is literary Darwinism? It's something simple, because literary Darwinism, Darwinian literary studies, is the application of Neo-Darwinian evolutionary theory in literary studies. It's a literary theory based on biocultural approach, both biology and genetics. And the main tradition about its studies is come from the America, and like Carroll, Boyd, and Gottschalk. But there is a very good example of this kind of study in studies in German studies, like Abel, Meininghaus, and Melman. In Italy, we are one of the best scholar of this kind of research, Michele Cometa, professor at the University of Palermo, that wrote these two monographies that are basically a text of this kind of studies. Why this story help us to live. The first one, the necessary literature, and the second one, literature and Darwinism, introduction to biopoetics. So, Cometa define this kind of study with these words. We don't know why and how Homo sapiens developed the ability to build stories. However, we can hypothesize how things could have gone. That is how a hominid has developed the ability to tell stories, and how thus have benefited him among all species. It is therefore a question of studying narration, fiction and context in the perspective of the theory of evolution and cognitive sciences, starting from the recent acquisitions of cognitive archaeology that relate the production of tools on the development of narrative skills. It is thus understood that the narration plays a decisive role in the constitution of the self and its external prostheses, and the theorists of the extended mind and embodied cognition have long maintained. This study will include in the picture more of a broad biopoetic theory of narrative and of a philosophical anthropology than the bias versus the spirit. For this reason, the fundamental category such as compensation and exploitation can be reinterpreted in an evolutionary key and provide some component of the narrative behavior of Homo sapiens, the rebalancing of his functional and existential deficits and the contempt of anxiety. This is the definition of Cometa about this kind of studies, the biopoetics. So biopoetics is to find the origin and the use of narration, the storytelling ability and skills. So there is a highly probable that narrative faculty, the ability to tell story, was an indispensable tool for the evolution of hominids and their survival. The narration of the experience of senior members guaranteed to newer generation to be prepared to face dangers through making them skilled and competitive individuals. Homo sapiens could be also called Homo narrans. Some of these stories, told and told again from one generation to the other, for thousands of years, create mythologies, sage, and legends, which therefore established the tradition of many cultures. So, I move on the second part of my presentation, the methodological hypothesis that I would like to propose. So, Vygotsky, I think you know already know, but yeah, Vygotsky was a Soviet psychologist and pedagogist that he was died very, very young, and is linked to this so-called school, historical cultural. It's very important for the development of Soviet psychology and in general the history of psychology. And his life and his activity can be divided in three phases. The first one dominated to interest about literary criticism and psychology of art and education. The core of his activity, it was dominated to study and experiment about cognitive development, and the last years about the thematic studies, in particular about emotion. So this is the main works published during his life. The most important is the development of higher psychological function. About Vygotsky, we are a very, very huge problem, philological problem, because a lot of his works was unpublished and published after his death. The most important for us is the psychology of art, the dissertation of his PhD studies. About the cognitive development, it's very important in the Vygotskian theory, the difference between two categories of psychological or mental functions, the lower and the higher. The first one, or for Vygotsky, according to Vygotsky, was something phylogenetic. The other one, ontogenetic. One is present in the species, and the other is only of man. The first one are biological acquisition. The second one are cultural acquisition. The first one follows the stimulus-response model. The other needs a stimulus mediator, a secondary stimulus to be acquired. And this is my maybe other triangle, semiotics triangle, maybe don't say me heretics, something like this. This is a process of signification proposed Vygotsky, and you can see stimulus, response A, B, and X. This secondary stimulus, the so-called stimulus mediator that Vygotsky proposed, and in concrete are artifacts. The artifacts can be divided into type. Of course, there is no can exist an artifact that have only material reality and only cultural or ideal aspect. Of course, this is this difference is only for better understand the function of artifacts. The first one are the tools. The second one, signs. For example, knife and bifacio. And the other one are language, or maybe other type of language for population. So, what about the process of acquisition of cognitive development according to Vygotsky? Vygotsky said every function in the child's cultural development, of course, because the topic of his research was the young people, appears twice. First, on the social level, and later on the individual level. First between people, so-called interpsychological, and then inside the child, intrapsychological. This applies equally to voluntary attention, to logical memory, and to the formation of concepts. All the higher function originate as actual relationship between individuals. This is a very famous definition of the process of acquisition of the cognitive development according to Vygotsky theory. What about Vygotsky and biopoetics? So we already said the element that characterizes the human species is the use of tools. That is the artifacts according to the Vygotskian theory. The artifacts are two different types, materials, tools, and ideal sign, like as language, for example. Artifacts extend the limited potential of the human body, giving it a greater efficientness and functionality. Is something like I said before with the words of through the words of Cometa, the prothesis, the material and ideal prothesis. Furthermore, the artifacts have a double significance. They develop the cognitive functions of the brain and make the acquisition of culture possible, thus constituting the psyche of the individual. Narrative can be considered an ideal artifact, so-called science. necessary for the development of the higher psychological function, the cultural function. So, thank you very much for your attention. Senza Bible.
All right. Thanks, Paolo.
Thank you.
We got any questions from the audience? If so, Israel will bring you a microphone.
Thank you, Paolo. I'm really glad you brought this topic, and I'm happy we have this panel because I also started my original studies with literary criticism. So it's nice to see the connection between literature studies and biosemiotics. And at this conference, we had a lot of talks and presentations about the digital technology, artificial intelligence, and so on. So my question to you is, as you described biosemiotics related to evolution of storytelling, and the cultural evolution is still going on, and now we have the digital storytelling shared on the internet, and I think maybe this digital storytelling has different structure compared to the original one. So my question is whether you see any possibility to develop this research in bioinformatics towards the digital narratives.
Paolo, microphone.
Yes, of course. By now, we can talk about digital storytelling, and according to Vygotsky Theory, also the digital technology and the other type of devices can be considered at the same time tools and sign, of course, it can be products, ideal and cultural aspects. So I think that there is a lot of study about the application, but mainly in didactics. For example, there is a very important scholar from Trnava University, Professor Petrova, Zuzana Petrova, that is try to apply the theory of Vygotsky in the digital education. So use this kind of devices. I think there is very interesting connection between I think between the actual form process of storytelling and the ancient storytelling, because for example some particular new genre, like I don't know, someone maybe can know it. For example, creepypasta, for example, is a new way of literature of fantastics and horror, something like this. And there isn't an author. Sometimes are something like the ancient story, oral stories can go through the people, like Vygotsky says, and through the people, and all of these tellers can put new elements, change something. I think it can be analyzed with the framework, Vygotsky framework.
No, whoever was first. No, not you, somebody else. No hierarchy here. No.
Thank you. I would like to ask about creativity in the context of Darwinism and bioethics. So, if you look what biosemiotics, biosemiotics are written about, like literary works, like for instance, writings by Aliyah, then creativity and also playfulness and adduction rather
approach, well, environments change. We are currently living in a very different environment than a few 100 years ago. So, is there a place in this framework to argue about these changes and creativity of elements?
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a very is it a very crucial aspect also in the Vygotskian theory, the element of creativity. Vygotsky wrote a lot of monography and article about the relationship between imagination, the development of imaginary skills, and creativity. I think that also in this case, of course, I could not track this aspect because time is running out, so I cannot put other slide. So I think that is very interesting this aspect, and also Vygotsky, for example, the imagination and creativity of in the childhood cognitive development is a very, I translate in my mind, I don't know the specific name, but I think the creativity in the according to Vygotsky, the idea of creativity like a recombining of elements through pick up from a tradition. For Vygotsky, there is no something totally new. All things are change. The creativity is something like that. The reuse of sign and tools in another function. So I think that already, like the other answer, the other question, I think that the Vygotskian framework can be help us to understand the new creativity, the new and the aspect of nowadays tendency. Thank you.
Timo made a very important comment here, and just a little additional comment to that. So, when we speak about explaining here in biosemiotics versus other, non-semiotic kind of biology, that's very important to see that explanation via survival is just that way what is used in neo-Darwinian approach. So, but you see, to explain narrativity via survival, all other species survive excellently without any narrativity. So therefore, to explain that narrativity is there because it helps to survive, that's just absurd. So, we should understand that it's probably not so. Probably we should be explained via creativity, via meaning. Thanks.
All right, let's give Paula a hand.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Dennis, join us on the stage. Our next speaker is Dennis Sultan Aliyah, and the title of his presentation is Semiotics as a Biophilosophical Tool for Thinking of Extraterrestrial Life.
So you move next with this one? This one? Yeah, down means next. Makes sense. If you can talk to this microphone, that's all.
Hello everyone, I'm sorry for my voice. It's a bit, not in my best condition. It's just such a informal slide with many thanks to Timo Maran and to Silver, but it seems that Silver didn't come to listen to my presentation, so I need to cross him out. So only to Timo. Yeah, of course, to Ukrainian army forces, those guys doing those guys doing their job very good. If I would do my stuff at least a bit so good, I would already have a PhD. And last thing, a lot of people here kindly asked, is there any possibility to help? Here is a website of NGO I'm working with, which is related to buying ammunition and so on to Ukrainian army, and there are a lot of ways to help there in the simplest way. Yeah, but it was the last serious slide of my presentation. So here we start from. If you are following English-speaking continental philosophy of last years, you probably noticed that trend which emerged from Western horror culture, from kind of doomer's pessimism and all this neo-noir aesthetics. It's so-called dark turns in philosophy. So now we have dark ontologies, we have dark vitalism, dark materialism, and dark Deleuze even, for example, as if once he was a light, what I'm not sure about. But maybe you think that I would propose now to formulate some dark biosemiotics, but fortunately not. I'm very young, but it would be too much even in this case. But still, if to speak seriously, I think that we should, despite all this very sketchy style of dark turns, we should admit that their critical approach to nature, it still makes a lot of sense in contemporary popular discourses as well. So what I propose here is to pay attention to this rethinking of phenomena of nature which they do, and this rethinking probably pretending to be anti-rationalist acceptance of this incognizable and horrifying forces of nature. So here we meet this rethinking made by a contemporary author Ben Woodard from his interpretation of Howard Phillips Lovecraft writings. And Woodard, following Lovecraft, thinking about his anti-rationalism as about oh, sorry, I stuck. Woodard in his book Slime Dynamics, he talking not only about Lovecraft. He's talking about different fiction authors who developed their reimagination of vital forces as something horrifying and something opposite to a beauty of nature. And here it seems for me that it's stays in the same discourse in which Kalevikul wrote his last paper about semiotic beauty, but literally takes the opposite point. So for Lovecraft and for Woodard, there is potentiality in nature of something terribly horrifying and something which can just destroy our rationalist structure. So for Lovecraftian thought, horror signifies a crisis of the rational, and we can often observe that Lovecraft's terrified heroes are people who naively try to make sense of something in their usual rational ways that defy such a comprehension. So usually the people who are dying in the most cruel and horrible ways in Lovecraft's stories are scientists. For biosemiotics, the human species is only one more carrier of the unique umwelt. Thus, the problem of perception of extraterrestrial life by humans is first of all the problem of biosemiotic discrepancy between the habitual patterns of perception and radically new environment. So what do we have? We have a potential encounter with absolutely unseeable forces of nature, which I mean by this potential encounter with extraterrestrial life, and we have pretty criticized human sciences which are based totally on terrestrial empirical material. So I suggest that we should find some very inclusive, very non-anthropomorphic and I would say non-terramorphic approach to life, which still would be interested in life, because we have continental philosophy, but they don't care about life itself, at least after death of Georges Canguilhem. And we have analytical philosophy, which can just suggest us to analyze concepts. So I'm taking this synthetic term biophilosophy, which has two different popular notions by Eugene Teicher and Spiridon Koutroufinis. And for this problem which I'm trying to problematize here, I suggest my own definition that biophilosophy is inclusive, speculative and non-terramorphic paradigm focused on philosophical and scientific reflections on life and its ontological status. Further, I suggest ecosemiotics as one of the core biophilosophical elements. I further suggest three arguments for that. But before arguments, I would say that I see it's I think related to Caleb's talk, who was before, that it was a question what critical theory and biosemiotics could propose to each other. And I see that critical theory, by attacking more usual anthropomorphic life sciences, creates a space which can be occupied by bio or ecosemiotics. So three arguments why ecosemiotics could help us with encounter with something extraterrestrial if this encounter will happen once. First is an ecological scale. Here is you can see a quote from Kalevi, who described this ecological scale. And let's assume that a model of apparent biological individuation that generates autonomous organisms which emit in terrestrial species is not is not obligatory for living beings in general. Given this fact, we can assume that ecosystems that we can potentially found outside the Earth may have completely different patterns of individuation of their agents, in which clear distinction between individuals or species is difficult and not obvious. In this case, ecosemiotics analysis will identify individual semiotic interaction in ecological network without the need to break down the network into transparently separated organisms. So, of course, in our ecosystems to which we are pretty used to, we can make clear distinction between different species and between different individual organisms. But we don't have any guarantee that we will need something like that outside the Earth. And in the same Lovecraftian thought, sometimes the most horrifying thing is things which cannot be distinguished. So it's just some kind of biological mass in which to distinguish different species or different organisms is almost impossible. And probably ecosemiotics doesn't, for ecosemiotics it's not obligatory. Next argument is relationist approach. Actually, relationist approach is probably kind of ontological basement for this ecological scale. And if we admit that relations goes first, then organism itself, and that only in webs of relations organisms can emerge, we can look on those ecosystems of undistinguishable ecological mass as on networks of relations. So I hope that it can make this view a little bit easier. So the meaning becomes an ecological concept that arises in the Umwelt, the common zone of the organism and its environment. As Ignacio Ribos emphasized, model. Ignacio Ribos, in one of his article, emphasized very clearly and very nice that there is that every communication is literally secondary communication because there is this ontological level of relation which goes first. Yeah, and third argument is ontological deepness because you know that we have for decades already this problem that we can meet another, but we even not trying to make some ontological empathy to him. And probably it's criticized a lot by very, very different science fiction authors like China Mieville, like Stanislav Lem. Probably Stanislav Lem was the main founder of this thought. So, ecosemiotics difference from ecology in general, that we are trying to go inside the Umwelt and we trying to touch the ontological level of certain species or certain individual. Literally because of that, I suggest to talk about ecosemiotics and not just ecology, because ecology will just give us some statistical describings, and ecosemiotics would help us to understand how it really feels and how it really works from inside of Umwelt, of whom we are looking for. The presence of an ontological component in the approach, along with attempts to understand the epistemological conditions of other species, also correlates with the onto-epistemological nature of the horrifying fiasco of more conservative rational structures. Onto-epistemological fiasco is a term used by Ben Woodard to describe the fiasco which Stanislav Lem and Lovecraft write about, literally fiasco of understanding of this extraterrestrial another. And he says that we cannot say that it's only epistemological or only ontological problems, that they are undistinguishable. Both our terrestrial ontology and our terrestrial epistemology are very anthropomorphic. So here you can see, sorry that it's a lot of text, it was a lot of weird pictures before, but because I didn't know how my voice would work, I decided to give the possibility to read it in a more precise form. So what do we have? We have a situation when science in a pretty critical condition. We have small, but at least small, possibility to meet with some very different forms of life, and we have approach which can at the same time catch the ecological scale, the relationist nature of any life, and even try to go into ontological level of those creatures. So it's about good news, but there are, as for me, there's also some obstacles and bad news. For example, processuality. I think it's very popular, one more very popular plot in science fiction, that radical difference in processuality, let's say, creates a problem for people. We have a lot of plots that too fast pace of evolution of extraterrestrial life, or too slow or too fast cognition of that forms of life, making very, very difficult our observation on it. So if we assume that there is some form which needs only a couple of seconds to change plenty of generations, it would be pretty difficult to observe, even if we have ecosemiotic approach, let's say. And another is individuation. With individuation, things are a bit more tricky, because I said that problems of individuation of species or individuals itself it's one of the reasons why we use ecosemiotics, because for ecosemiotics it's not an obligatory. But at the same time, if we will imagine biological mass, literally as a biological mass without any borders, to find precise connections, precise meaning connections, precise relations would be, let's say, not easy neither. So individuation, it's very good. I think that we talk a lot about, for example, Simon Dawn on the first days, because the biological individuation, it's one of the most important topics for biosemiotics, and it could be even more scary topic if we will go to some less obvious and less knowable forms of life. So here a lot of text. I will not read all of that, but yeah, it's just more systematic conclusion that critical theory, when it fights not only with our political problems inside the human society, but when it fights also with our, let's say, troubles with another species, creates a lot of space, and we probably need to try to occupy that space and to suggest method which at the same time would based on life sciences and would be pretty ontological. Of course, not in this Heideggerian sense that we will meet somebody on another planet just to think about how miserable they are because they don't have our language. Yeah, so you can look around at this too huge piece of writing, and those critical approaches to reasoning about biological, both terrestrial and non-terrestrial life, and the multiplicity of its forms encourage the search for new forms of knowledge that avoid both anthropo and terramorphisms. Ecosemiotics can occupy this niche by offering synthesis of the analysis of ecosystem and the aspiration to clarify the ontological structures of their agents. So that's all from me. Sorry for this very chaotic form and my voice. I hope to get some questions.
Thanks very much, Dennis.
I like this very much. I'd like to hear your opinion on something. You don't have to go too far. I'd like to hear what you think about Cronenbergian body horror. There's enough alienation in thinking about what's going on right here that can be really developed into a Lovecraftian nightmare. You want to speak a little bit about how that would, how you would think about that? Again, it's not like we're applying a terrestrial lens to a necessity. We're applying a level of organization and coherence and harmony that at the individual body level is actually it takes place in a very different way. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you for this question and for kind words. Yeah, definitely. If we are taking this Lovecraftian horrifying, we have things to deal with on Earth as well. It's not obligatory to go around because we have a lot of very weird and hardly imaginable stuff on this planet still. But here I would say that this extraterrestrial movement is mostly related with that it works as nice intellectual provocation, I would say. Because to say one more time, there are a lot of different species and we estimate them with very anthropomorphic way, it's a right thought, I totally agree. But probably I would say that talking about extraterrestrial could help us to come back to talk about terrestrial then. Because we have, despite we have wonderful diversity of life forms on Earth, we stopped being surprised by that in some moments.
The point there was, I wasn't talking about other life forms, I was talking about our individual bodies. That's the horror. Body horror.
Yeah, it's horrifying. At least my individual body horrifies me as well. Yeah, totally. It is.
Can I? Dennis, that was a really good presentation. I'm really glad that you brought this topic that I think is sometimes kind of maligned. It's not seen well because when we start talking about aliens or things of the sort, even people doing astrobiology are not seen under, a proper scientific light. With that said, and adding to that the fact that I think it's very important that if you're trying to understand this theoretical world, having an eco-semiotic approach is probably very useful. However, one thing that I'm not clear on from your perspective, and perhaps you can clarify that for me, is whether this the idea of including eco-semiotics makes it less anthropomorphic, or if the received view from, let's say, a more continental approach is that we simply cannot comprehend life forms that are not given to us by the constraints that we have by the physics of our planet in particular. I don't know if the question makes sense to you.
Thank you, Claudio. Usage of ecosemiotics here, it's not related to that it will help to understand the organisms which we cannot cognize at all. So the part about obstacles was literally about that. It's rather about that it can help to fight at the same time two problems of contemporary science. First is terramorphism and anthropomorphism, which I talk about, but there is also another problem. It's problem that a lot of life sciences want to just describe, just to make some sketch of how it works without attempts to go to Umwelt. So for me personally, Umwelt is ontological category, definitely. So and it's very important that ecosemiotics and biosemiotics in general, it works at the same time with both, with attempts to look on something which is not human being, but at the same time with attempt to look on the inside level of that.
Thank you. I think we should move on. Our last presentation of the session is going to be on Zoom again, and it's by Veronica Sellner. Are we in contact with Veronica?
Yes, she's connected.
Very good. The title of her presentation is Being Horizontal on Human and Non-Human Relations Within the Critical Post-Humanities. There she is.
Veronica, go ahead.
Yeah, I will share my screen presentation with you.
Yeah, we got it. Oh.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so hello everyone, and thank you for inviting me. This presentation is a part of my ongoing PhD research that is called Artistic Research as a Tool for Overcoming Dualism of Technology versus Nature from the Positions of Object-Oriented Ontology. And this presentation, therefore, is going to present just a brief portion of what I'm working on right now. My name is Veronica Sellner, and I'm studying the PhD at Maastricht University in Brno. So the aim of this talk is the introduction of horizontal relations between humans and non-humans within the critical post-humanities. To do so, I will introduce the critical post-humanities as a theoretical framework and flat ontology as a philosophical perspective, and add a couple of examples from contemporary art to demonstrate the horizontal relations and the horizontality I'm trying to talk about. And when talking about the possible relations of human and non-human actors, as it even was sort of suggested in the previous presentations, there are numerous ways to frame and approach them. Here we choose the prism of posthumanism, and specifically drawing from the critical posthumanities and the posthumanist condition. The posthumanist condition can be described through its interest in redefining humanity and humanism from intersectional, feminist, postcolonial, and post-structuralist positions, as it critically evaluates anthropocentrism, and it is represented by works of Donna Haraway, Catherine N. Hales, Francesca Ferraro, and Rosie Braidotti. Braidotti is also the main author of the theoretical foundations for critical posthumanism. The latter is an emerging field of scholarship that combines posthumanist and post-anthropocentric approaches and is based on designating the humanities as insufficient because of their exclusive focus on the human. Braidotti thus articulates the need for a new post-disciplinary discourse and a related epistemological framework that inherently rejects the anthropocentrism and Eurocentrism of the so-called traditional humanities and calls for inclusive humanities instead. The inclusion and empathy are understood in relation to non-human actors and objects, as well as the post-human and humans. As Stefan Herbrechte puts it, the critical posthumanism is a theoretical approach which maps and engages with the ongoing deconstruction of humanism. It differentiates between the figure of the posthuman and the posthumanism as a social discourse, which negotiates the pressing question of what it means to be human under the conditions of globalization, technoscience, late capitalism, and climate change. The critical in the phrase critical posthumanism gestures towards the more complicated and non-dialectical relationships between the human and the posthuman and the non-human. The other meaning of the critical is a defense and possibility of a reinvention of some humanist values and methodologies, which suggest a transformation of those methodologies and values that have become obsolete and needs to be revised. The question here is how to remain critical in a sense of reconceptualizations and subjectivities that are both self-reflexive and aware of their own genealogies. Basically, what is at stake is rethinking the relationship between human agency, the role of technology, and the environmental and cultural factors from a post- and non-anthropocentric perspective. Post-anthropocentric posthumanities are still about humans and the humanities, but only insofar as these are placed within a larger ecological picture, and the latter in particular will have to address the role of new and converging media and their social and cultural implications, as well as the proliferation of digital and virtual realities and their biopolitical dimensions. Flat ontology, speculative realism, and object-oriented ontology. As a philosophical foundation, we introduce the aspect of flat ontology that rejects the passivity of non-human actors and views them as a fully fledged parts of relational networks, or in other words, ecosystems, thus also asserting the principles of horizontality. The speculative turn in continental philosophy is associated with so-called flat ontology that is represented by thinkers like Ian Grant, Graham Herman, Kontan Measu, and Ray Brassier. You can see them in the illustration on the slide. In the speculative turn, there are a few different branches, one of them being speculative realism, which is a philosophical movement that is based on critique of correlationism, a rejection of post-Kantian philosophy. Correlationism assumes that the world is kind of a human experience, as we probably all know, and is based on the belief that things exist only through thinking. And this thinking is between the act of thinking and the thing in question. And this act of thinking is human in origin and therefore dependent on the subject. And speculative realism entails a rejection of this position. Object-oriented ontology, as sort of another subcategory of flat ontology, claims that experience is co-constituted by the active action of non-human objects. Timothy Morton, for example, describes the aesthetic relation to an object as a tuning in. There is no hierarchy in this process, and the human is not superior to the non-human and vice versa. At the same time, it has the same effects for both parties. The object is seen as self-contained being. Another thinker, Graham Harman, draws on Bruno Latour, for example. In terms of communication, Harman rejects Latour's position that all communication is mediated. He argues that such a position leads to a paradox and that, on the contrary, there is no direct contact. Aliens, or the ability to perceive an object, is defined in actor network theory as a way that things can be perceived through relations with others. In contrast, Harman argues that the object is determined only through isolation from these alliances and thus attempts to ascribe an autonomous existence to object. Another philosopher, Levi Bryant, argues that being is composed entirely of objects, proprieties, and relations, such that subjects themselves are a variant of objects. So to sum this part up, flat ontology and speculative realism are an important contribution to contemporary efforts in post-anthropocentric metaphysics. On the slide, you can also see an attempt of, in gallery space, speculative realism and object-oriented ontology are very often reflected in the contemporary art discourse as well. And that's why also I choose examples from the contemporary art. Yeah, so now I will introduce two examples of analysis of works of art to sort of get closer to the definition of horizontality. So in Ginsberg, Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg's work that you can see on the slide, she creates a version of future where a novel companion species, here's a reference to Donna Haraway, are designed by synthetic biologists to support endangered natural species and ecosystems. For example, one of the devices is designed to help balance the acidity of the soil. The author asks the question of what might the wilds look like in a synthetic biological future. So she's incorporating also a speculative design in the methodology of this artwork, while not fully evolving the non-human perspective in an ontological sense. This attempt does not only aim to redefine humanity, but tries to embrace the technology as a human's way of creating future and nature, while investigating synthetic biology's potential impact on biodiversity and conservation. So there is not a co-creation aspect with the non-humans, but rather a creating for both the human and non-human alike. But still, the human is in this artwork the superior one, because it's the godlike, synthetic biologist that is actually creating these organisms via synthetic biology. The second example is in Relaxative World, but by Anichka, also very famous one. In this artwork, humans and non-humans stand side by side. As it is described on the Art Project's website, a team of specialists developed autonomous versions of these aerial vehicles that you can see in the pictures, so-called UAVs, to bring ease out of life. The UAVs do not require humans to pilot them. Here, they each follow a unique flight path generated from a vast range of options in the system software. This software is called an artificial life program. Scientists use simulations of this kind to study processes of natural life, like evolution and collective behavior. They are also used to create lifelike animations and visual effects. The aerobes respond to changes in the environment, including the heat signatures of people nearby. They receive information from the electric sensors placed around the exhibition space, which act as stand-ins for their senses. This sensory information affects their individual and group movements, meaning they will behave differently each time you encounter them, or are supposed to. By merging technology and biology, he asks if machines could evolve as independent forms of life, therefore being independent and autonomous. And this art project combines disciplines of biology and technology. The project aims not only to create something for either human and the non-human, but also to co-create an environment with them. So that's the main difference between these two artworks, as in the artist's intention that is behind them. Not really talking about the narrative that each of these artworks represents in the entirety and the whole context in the gallery space. Yeah, so to conclude quickly, we understand the horizontality of human and non-human actors as a redistribution of power and capital accumulated only by certain types of actors. And it can also be described as a relationship between actors not strictly defined by a vertical hierarchy. And as seen in the artworks, where human is ontologically equal with other non-human entities. That's the main definition of the horizontal being. In this talk, I introduced the theoretical framework of critical posthumanism and the philosophical foundation of flat ontology in their various natures. As seen in examples, these abstract theoretical thoughts are a possibility of thinking beyond the human-centered world and co-creating with not humans only world and actors, but they are not rejecting humans' responsibility for their actions. In that regard, these perspectives can be used as a tool in rethinking the relation of humans to nature, as well as climate crisis, the public space in general, or the general otherness, human and non-human alike. By including the other, be it non-human or not, and treating them as equal and seeing these entanglements from intersectional, feminist, post-colonial, and post-structuralist positions, as critical posthumanism suggests, being horizontal is one of many possibilities for the post-anthropocentric future. Or at least I hope so, at least in the contemporary art. Yeah, these are some of the sources I used. And thank you for your attention and for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to some questions.
Right. Thanks, Veronica. We have time for one question, but he's walking up to the microphone right now. Take it away, Yogi.
Hi, thank you, Veronica. So I understand for the art world how object-oriented ontology and speculative realism has been infectious, like a disease. But my question is, how does any of your presentation have anything to do with biosemiotics? Who's the interpreter? The interpreter here is always recursive to the human, and not just the human, but a very techno-fetishist human that really is not so interested in nature beyond ourselves, but rather nature in our own image, right? That's these technical things that can do things on their own to please us.
Yeah.
And so there seems to be a sort of bonanza right now. You know, in the 1960s, the CIA funded Rothko and other abstract expressionists in order to create a false sense of freedom that they could then weaponize in the art world against the USSR and the Soviet Empire. And I really do believe if I were ExxonMobil, I would be funding object-oriented ontology in order to dissimulate and divert the attention of environmentalists and people who really do care about the perspectives of more than human organisms away from actually doing that sort of deep, vulnerable work. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. I kind of agree with you, definitely. And I use this analysis to sort of see how it can and cannot work. And that's why I also do not only specifically work with object-oriented ontology, but I sort of try to lean towards the critical post-humanities and see how they play with the new materialism. And the contemporary art, it's still a fictional world, right? It's building fictional narratives and in fictional spaces and trying out and playing out with what works and what not. And that's, I think, a start only. I think that we can take some of the elements, not all of them, and not word by word. I don't think that object-oriented ontology should be the universal ontology in that sense, not at all, because I think that still there is need for humans to be the responsible ones, and because we have sort of created this mess. And that's why I lean towards the critical humanities, and in analysis of these fictional works, worlds, and sort of exploring how the artists actually treat the non-human actors, and sort of deep dive into how can we think about the non-human, and how do they within the art world think about the non-human in the within also the synthetic biology field, which is what I'm mostly interested in, because synthetic biology actually has the potential to create and modify organisms. And I think it's really important to exactly have this perspective of the wholeness and of the person as the responsible one, and not only, you know, we are all autonomous objects that sort of don't have any hierarchy to them. But I think it's useful to explore this way also, and to intellectually challenge ourselves and the colleagues into discussions like this. Where is actually the blind spot of this? Yeah, I hope I answered. Not sure. Yeah, but.
All right, thank you very much, Veronica. Let's see, Veronica.
Thank you.
So we're running a little behind schedule, but let's let's come back at exactly 11:45. So that gives us maybe 12, 13 minutes for break. And the next session's going to be extra long. We have an extra video presentation that we left out from yesterday that we're going to tack on to the end. It's going to be grueling, but then we'll be done. 11:55, I'm sorry.
Chair for the session now?
Paulina, just back there.
only have one, I would say, presentation.
Yeah, Tyler. Oh,
Yeah.
So we have this anyway.
Okay. This is, Chibanov is the first one. Lewis the second, I think.
You sent slides, but I'm not sure.
Chibanov is supposed to. Oh, well, at least in the program, Chibanov was supposed to be the first one.
Yeah.
Lewis.
I don't know. He sent his slides anyway, but I don't know.
Yeah.
The point is.
Lewis the second. Letnar, I think, the third one. Do you have this?
This is not mine, but.
You see, yeah, Shibanov, Lewis, Letnar.
Ali Tyler.
Yeah, and Schumann.
Schumann, and we are going to show a video after now on because.
Of Sherman?
Yes. So you're going to have a fun time.
A lot of fun.
I swear to God, if they are not right in the schedule, I don't block the computer and say, okay, we have to time next.
Fortunately, the videos are pretty short.
Yeah, but trying to explain to online people that they are running out of time is not as easy as... Even in front, sometimes it's not easier, so...
I chose you specifically to chair the session, so you can handle it. This is the most difficult session.
Thank you, Claudio. We are leaving.
Oh, okay. Have a good
Thank
trip.
you for everything.
Have a good. Back to Brazil immediately.
No, we are going to Prague and
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Brazil Monday.
Okay, so enjoy. Have a good time.
Enjoy the weekend. Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Bye, Claudio.
Bye. Have a good time.
Who is one? I think it's Letnar.
Yes, we can hear you.
So sorry, actually, I'm coming to confused about the live stream because I really have to actually close the live stream on the phone. Because when I'm in Zoom, so I either use Zoom or I use the live stream, right?
I don't think we can hear you all that well, actually. Can you hear us well enough? The thing is, people are talking right now because it's a break. So go ahead and share your screen if you want. Yes, we can hear you.
Is that better than before?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, I thought it was probably better than before because I'm using my headphones.
Right. No, the problem is that we can hear you. We just cannot, and it's not even unclear. I think you may have to speak a bit louder.
The real issue is it.
So now this is maximum volume now.
Okay, we can hear you a bit better now.
It will be okay, no problem.
We can hear you now. Don't worry.
Which one is the mic that is sticking with the art?
So I try to speak as loud as I can.
Yes. Don't overstress yourself though. Now you can try sharing your screen.
Okay, I will. Claudia, just one thing. Do I always have to stop the live stream? Because when I've got the live stream on.
Yeah, stop the live stream. Don't watch the live stream because it's not up to the. It's 1 minute behind more or less.
Okay, so I definitely stop it because
Yes.
I hear the sound from Zoom and the live stream won't work, so I was a bit confused. Okay, I share my screen. I actually still need to finalize something, so I just share whatever Word document I can see now. So maybe just share. Okay.
Panel is Sergei Chebanov, who is online with us, and he will talk about interdisciplinary course of lectures of biosemiotics for professionals. Sergei, you can begin.
Thank you very much for your attention. I will speak about my course about biosemiotics from the last autumn, which summarize my experience in the sphere.
Yeah, I think. No.
Thank you.
Say it again, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, the mic for the Zoom is there.
Excuse me, I cannot understand what happened because I listen repeating of my words.
I think you just froze for a moment, but it's okay. You are back. You can go on.
Okay. I will not repeat. Now is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything is okay. You can see your slide, and we hear you.
Go on.
Okay. I will summarize my experience in this field from the 1970s. My lecture, you can see. Excuse me, I listen repeating of my previous words.
Ты слышно очень хорошо, так что продолжай.
My lecture was for the autumn of Excuse me, I cannot understand what happened.
Все хорошо, все хорошо.
Okay. And this is my lecture placed in YouTube, and you have possibility to listen to these lectures. And this consists several blocks about different sides of biosemiotics. Prehistory and history, ideas about science, biohermeneutic and biocentric theoretical biology, the free section, and a block about hermeneutics of biology. The first block, prehistory of biosemiotics as a biological discipline. Here I discuss problem of prehistory and history of biosemiotics from biological point of view, beginning from mythological and fabulous ideas about language of animal and image of two colors in Bible and in medieval Christian in the Judaic tradition. Especially I discuss the problem of early modern, especially Baroque allegorics and medical semiotics. Usually medical semiotics discusses the initial point of view for development of semiotics in general. And with special attention, I look for prehistory and late 19th century, early 20th century in neurological reflexology, and first half of 20th century in etymology by Morris, and some remarks about semiotics of living being by Charles Morris. This is very important because this is time absolutely full destruction of the anthropomorphic ideas in biology and in natural sciences in general. In the middle of 20th century, we have very significant steps in development of this area. Understanding of universal semiotic status of genetic code and genetic apparatus in general. And the last stage is the second half of 20th century and beginning 21st century, when we have a huge material about animal cognitive ethology, so semiotics as well as psychology, and immune phenomenon, ecological interaction and reproducing mechanisms. As a result, we have shaped of biosemiosis in modern sense, which creates the several person who knows as Samuel Hoffman, Kuhn, Sharp, Marcus, Windsor, Hobley, Farrell, and so on. As a result, we have two interesting points. Each era had its own biosemiotics, and we have combine and compare biosemiotics of different age. And the history section is more interesting for listening, and this stressed by Calvi Cole and before Marcello Barberi. The second work is the ideas about sign and language. I begin from discussed this problem in Krasils by Plata, and problem of motivation and arbitrariness of sign, typology of sign, relationship between indexes and symbols, and so on. This most significant result here is distinguish hermeneutics, philology, linguistics, semiotics, and pragmalinguistics as a different concept of sign in history and different cultural aspects. And we are ways for development of the similar sphere of semiotically aware biology, biohermeneutic, biophilology, biolinguistics, biosemiotics, biopragmalinguistics. And from point of view, I have possibility to distribute investigations in this sphere. The most interesting result for me was was this point, because it is, was something impossible many years, but now we have a brighter sample of such position. And this is very interesting because in pragmalinguistics, we have a rebirthing of some ideas of hermeneutics. And from this point of view, absolutely clear draft of by Windsor from this position to this position. And as a result, I see the section seems to be really interesting, law for reduction. And I think this is clear for me because this is the most difficult material for non-human person. And third block is development of biosemiotics in biocentric theoretical biology. I begin here from some ideas close to Patti's interpretation of biosemiotics as part of theoretical biology, and the main scheme here is scheme of reflexive experiment. And here we see a living being, which is subject for empirical investigation and cooperation of theoretical biologists for study of general being, speculative being, as some kind of theoretical object. As a result, we have possibility to speak about combined empirical and cognition investigation as a study in basic study in biosemiotics. And the body of organism is one expression of organism as semiotics means by biological sense we plan of contents. And the body of living organism is semantophore, the body of sign hospitable for meaning. And movement as a habitual form to an organism in a mock and very way to interpret biosemiotics objects. Biosemiotics, I discussed based on analysis of genetic regulation of biosynthesis, and this is a single subject for discussion in this field, and this material will be
he's frozen.
Nothing I can do with it.
I can share, and Sergey actually can share, so you'll get the information anyway.
What was the link that was on the presentation? Because if we
I don't know what is the link with the presentation, but I have in my
here.
computer, and this could be provided.
The links are here, so we will share this presentation with everyone. so that you can access the links to and see his playlists. I suggest that's probably the best course of that. Thank you, Toby.
Okay, so sorry, Claudio. Okay, so we are going to pass our second presentation by Amelia Lewis.
Amelia, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Great, you can share your screen now. Great, we can see you.
Right, so
go ahead.
I'm just, oh, there we go. Is everything okay?
Okay, if you have slide, you can share your screen now.
Oh, sit down. Okay, can everyone hear?
Everyone hear you and everyone see you.
Brilliant. Okay, I'll get started. I just want to take the opportunity to thank the organisers very much for giving me the opportunity to present my work today. So my presentation is called Hello Animals, the Original Semioticians, Rethinking Human-Animal Interactions Through Biosemiotics. And just a brief overview as to why I'm doing this work. I've always been fascinated by animals. I grew up in the UK Peak District, surrounded by a wealth of biodiversity. I spent time on a relative's dairy farm. I had a weekend job at a local riding school. So it was no surprise that I went on to do a traditional zoology degree. It was neo-Darwinian based at the height of the popularity of Dawkins and his selfish gene work. I came through that and I went on to study for a master's degree in clinical animal behaviour. But again, there are a few problems. It was very much grounded in the stimulus response behaviourist theories. So eventually I moved on to Queen's University Belfast, where I did a master's in animal behaviour and welfare. And this was a bit of a turning point because I was able to do my thesis on animal communication, bioacoustics. And so I was looking at the complexities of bird calls and birdsong. And long story short, that's how I found my way eventually to biosemiotics. So my work then, it falls into the category of zoosemiotics, I guess, but rather than the ecosemiotics, which is sort of more the animals as being part of the human semiotic environment and vice versa, I'm very much focused on the human-animal interaction, particularly domestic companion animals, but the work's also relevant to working animals, agricultural species, laboratory animals, and captive zoo animals. So the domestication process then, very relevant. It began tens of thousands of years ago, certainly in dogs. And with dogs, I've seen estimates ranging from 15,000 years ago up to 45,000 years ago. And again, the theories of how the process occurred are equally as non-specific, but the general idea is that it was mutual cooperation. So in hunting, food sharing, protection, warmth, and that kind of thing. There are studies looking specifically at the artificial selection in the domestication process. One famous one is the silver fox domestication study, which looked at heritability of temperament traits and found that the domesticated foxes showed things like a reduced flight distance and increased sociability. So despite the dominance of humans during the Anthropocene over allo animals, we're relative newcomers on the scene. That's us there on that tree of life, right over to the right. So this goes back to the title of my talk, The Original Semioticians. Allo animals have been here for aeons, interpreting signs and meaning within the environment before we even appeared on the scene. Despite that, though, humans are talented semioticians. So what do you do then if your allo animal is signaling that it's going to eat you, or you need your animal to do something for you? So over the years, we've developed a variety of aversive training techniques. Across the top, that's a choke chain, a prong collar, and the dog at the end is undergoing the infamous alpha roll. It was an incredibly misguided training technique based on the premise that submissive dogs tend to roll over and lie on their side with a raised paw. So it was believed that if you forced a dog into this position, it would submit. Horses have been an important feature for human societies. They've been necessary for transportation, both of people and of goods, leisure riding and sport and competition purposes. So we use things like schooling whips. The horse in the middle is wearing something called a de-go grain, which runs from the girth over the pole into the rider's hands, and it holds the horse's head on that vertical position, which is very desirable for competition horses, particularly dressage. The bit at the end is a leading bit. It's called a chiffney or an anti-rearing bit. And if your horse surges ahead or rears, it will jab the horse in the roof of the mouth. Cats don't escape either. This is a cat repellent in the picture. It emits like a liquid spray if the cat comes close. There are also devices which emit very high frequencies, ultrasonic noises. So depending on what you're trying to achieve, it will either keep cats in or out of your garden. So these are not terribly nice training techniques. So around the end of the 1990s and the early 2000s, we see this rise of the Neo-Behaviorist Milieu. They took inspiration from the methods used to train captive marine mammals in facilities such as the SeaWorld facility. And in academia, researchers went back to this learning theory quadrat. Now, this is a binary system of reinforcement and punishment, and it is the basic paradigm today in the animal science literature as to how animals learn. And they discounted the positive and negative punishment and the negative reward and settled on positive reward as being the most humane, if I can use that term, way of training our animals. And so was born the positive reward-based training movement, and it is huge. It has really taken hold culturally. The focus was initially on dogs, but it has spread across species. The equine industry is a little bit behind. I think that's because of the way we ride horses, but they are kind of catching up. It's being pushed as a method for handling and in ground schooling. And so the desired behaviours are lured, usually using a little bit of food, or you can capture a behaviour. So if you want to train your dog to lie down and you happen to see the dog lying down, you would nip in and reward it quickly. And so the idea is that the animal's rewarded for performing a desired behaviour. Something of value is used. It's usually food, although it can be play. So I've seen footage of drug detection dogs being rewarded.
But are you sharing slides? Or
yes. Yeah.
We cannot see them.
Oh, gosh.
So we've only seen your face talking.
Which is adorable, but...
Yeah, most of us didn't realize. So if you want to share your slides too, don't worry.
Just a second, it should be sharing screen. Is it working now?
No.
It's not. We cannot see your slides.
Oh dear. Okay, no, because I did have a whole presentation to go with this. How about that?
It's starting to work.
Can you share? It's still not doing it.
It's there. Now we can see the slides, but not on full screen.
Okay, how about that? Is that working now?
Yes, now it's working. Yeah. Thank you, Amelia.
Sorry. I thought it was doing it. Okay.
No one realized anyway. Thank you.
Okay, so here we are. Just that was sort of, I had some of these pictures, techniques I was talking about, the prong collars and the dog with the alpha roll, just so you've got an idea of what I was saying. And that's the learning theory quadrat there. So yeah, back to this slide then. So the animals are rewarded for performing the desired behaviour. It's usually using food, but it can be, as I was saying, a toy, opportunity to play with a bouncy ball, or physical contact from the handler, a scratch behind the ears. And the idea behind all this is that the behaviour is reinforced, which makes that behaviour more likely to happen in the future. So the behaviour is deemed as being acquired. And when that's happened, it can be put on cue, which is a euphemism for a command, really. And as I said, this has become ubiquitous in animal management. It's used in companion animal behaviour consults, so behaviour modification, techniques like desensitization and counter conditioning. It's used in competitive sports such as obedience, in general animal training, even house training puppies, in the management of captive and zoo animals, and in laboratory animals. So one phenomenon that has sort of arisen from all this is clicker training, and this is a form of behavioural shaping. So it's where iterations of a behaviour are reinforced, and you use a clicker, which is a sort of, they call it a reward marker. So you give a click and then reward with a bit of food, and you keep doing that until the desired behaviour in its entirety is achieved. Other than occasional luring, there's actually no communication or guidance for these animals other than these audible clicks followed by the food tidbit reward. And so while this can be a useful tool and the animals can enjoy engaging in it, I think we need to be realistic about the process, and these animals are being programmed. So this is a quote from one of my papers. It does reduce the trainee to a software program with an appealing and locomotory hardware interface. This movement has also been accompanied by other phenomena, such as the denial of dominance as a sort of temperament trait or linked to a temperament trait, and as behaviours with aggressive features. You can actually measure dominance using indices such as the Plutton-Brock index, and it does occur in dogs, particularly in a domestic setting and human social groups. So to deny it is actually quite dangerous. It's also been accompanied by this infantilization of animals, and this is a picture of a little Maltese sitting in a dog pushchair. So of course, commercial enterprises, pet care industry have really cashed in on all of this, and there are various articles such as this that you can buy for your pets. It's also taken hold in academia, in research. This paper is an example of the Ainsworth strange situation test being used to study animal-human relationships. So the Ainsworth strange situation test is a 1960s paradigm taken from human child psychology, and it was actually developed for looking at infant-mother attachments. So I think it's questionable using this kind of paradigm to study the relationship between a human and a mature adult animal. So my answer to this was really then to look at it through a more biosemiotic lens and treat training as a form of communication from the point of view of that allo animal's Umwelt. And I used Peirce's tripartite theory of semiosis. And what I did was to treat the trainer and their rewards as an object. And so what this represents really is a resource holder. That human not just holds the training treats, but they feed the animal, they provide care, shelter. And so from the animal's point of view, the interpretation is that those resources are available, but it's very much conditional on their compliance with demands. And those demands often don't benefit the animal directly. So, for example, you can train your dog to sit, and that might be hugely convenient for the owner, but it doesn't really benefit the animal in any way. Taking it a bit further and using the idea of Peirce's firstness, secondness, and thirdness, I wanted to look in more depth at this idea that this activity, this training, is sort of a fun game that these animals are engaging in. And whilst there's no doubt that some of them do enjoy it, what we are actually doing with them is communicating, and what we're doing is communicating a very binary yes or no. So if they do what we want, then yeah, they get a treat. If they don't, nothing. And so really this is a form of negative reward. But taking it a step further, is it perhaps perceived as positive punishment? How aversive is it for an animal not to get something that they were expecting? And so from the point of view of the animal, this slide is very much for illustrative purposes only. I'm not claiming to be able to read animals' minds at all. But what the message we're sending to these animals is this individual, the trainer, is holding a vital resource. And that resource has stimulated an appetitive response. If you want those resources, then you must comply with the individual trainer's demands. So realistically, what this is a form of manipulation or coercion under a threat of loss. And worryingly, there's no real study as to the long-term effects of using this as the prevailing form of communication with these animals. The argument, though, is, but they're not being hit, they're not being choked or aggressively or violently forced, going back to this slide on the aversive training methods. That is absolutely true. I don't intend to argue that, and I don't want to dismiss these training techniques completely. There are studies that demonstrate, when compared to the aversive training methods, that this is the less stressful and less fear-inducing method. And how else would we manage large predators like dogs and animals such as horses? They can weigh up to and over 500 kilograms. And of course, this is particularly relevant for the care of captive zoo animals. And I don't want to be ideological either. At the moment, we exploit animals. That might change in the future, but we are where we are. We ride horses, we keep pets, and we train animals to work for us and for sport and leisure purposes. And at the present time, perhaps this is the best method we have of training them. The caveat, though, and I think where biosemiotics comes in, is I think these should be used in moderation, because if they're overused and over-relied on, I think there's a real risk of the loss of an animal's autonomy and agency. I don't think these should be replacing other methods of more complex communication. And going back to an earlier slide, I mentioned that people were using these methods to house train puppies. I mean, we have a voice, we can show them where the lavatory is. That's what we do with another human being. And these animals are capable of understanding basic human cultural expectations. The other thing that I don't think we should be replacing is physical restraint where it's necessary for health and safety reasons. And moving on from that, I think we've really got to be aware of training a behaviour over an emotional response. So when we're looking at things like desensitization and counter conditioning, you can train an animal to stand still, for example, for a vet examination or a procedure. But if you're training an animal to do something, you've got to be careful that the emotional response isn't there. If they still don't like it, that anxiety is building. You might get frustration adding in, and you could trigger quite a huge reaction there, which is a health and safety risk for the handlers, but it's also not very pleasant for the animal. The other issue is gaslighting an allo animal, and that's a term that I've borrowed from the human pop psychology literature. And it's sort of described as crazy making or rewriting an individual's reality. And so again, if you're doing something to an animal that it doesn't particularly like, taking its temperature or making a horse stand to be platted up or groomed for a show, and it's not enjoying it, and we're desensitizing and we're counter conditioning and we're using these rewards to try and convince them that, hey, actually, this is fine, this is okay. Ethically, what right do we have to do that? And the other issue is, what effects are we having on those animals long term by rewriting their reality? Is there not an argument that we should build on empathy, on communication, and hope we can build trust and get those animals to cooperate with us? And so I guess the message I really want to get across is that I think practitioners, professionals and trainers should be aware semiotically, use these methods, but be aware of the potential meaning that we're conveying to allo animals. And so in conclusion, then, I think it's really vital to incorporate biosemiotic theory into the fields of ethology and animal welfare to improve our understanding of zoosemiotics and human-animal interactions rather than the present. I mean, it's necessary to have an element of control, but at the moment, the focus is very much on control rather than the interaction. I think we can do that by promoting further research into animal cognition and communication and incorporate semiotics and meaning and take a more phenomenological approach. And to do this, I think we do need to sort of inform researchers, professionals, animal handlers, trainers and practitioners to highlight the importance of semiotics and meaning in our interactions with allo animals. So here's a couple of references that I used, and thank you very much for listening. And a big thank you also to the allo animals that have tried successfully or otherwise to communicate with me over the years. So thank you, and I'm sorry about the slides at the beginning, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you for being so much on time. It's really appreciable as we are running a bit late. So we have time for one very quick question, if there is any. Who is supposed to have the mic? Yeah. Yeah. So the mic for her is there.
Hello, Timo here. Very nice presentation, thank you. I would like to ask about kind of animal interpretive freedom and to what extent we can integrate this, or to what extent we should take this into account. Because if you recall works of Gregory Bateson, when in any training situation the first stage should be that we need to convince animal that it needs to kind of play along with the trainee or his training situation, and also, well, to some extent probably animals are taking, as dogs or others, are taking these training situations as just a play or a kind of strange form of dialogue with human. So what do you say? To what extent this way how animal interprets training situation could be taken into account? Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, and the answer is going to come from my experience. So I don't deny that these animals, on the face of it, they do seem to enjoy the interaction. Some of them see it as a game, but I think the important point is not all of them. When you've been in dog training classes, there are some that are, as phrased, difficult to motivate. And so the answer to that is try and find something which will motivate them. I've also seen dog trainers who try and sort of manipulate the situation by standing on the dog's lead. And so the idea is that you're almost forcing them to engage, because you're not, the idea is that they're not literally being physically forced, like in the aversive training methods, but the phrase that's often used is limit their options. And so I think we've got to be really careful in balancing the training with how much of these animals being coerced. So I don't deny, and as I said, I don't want to be ideological about this. We keep animals for various purposes and they need training. But I think to present this as purely being a sort of quirky interaction or a game, in moderation, that might be fine. But if this becomes the pervasive way of communicating with these animals, and we're relying on this, well, they learn through reinforcement and punishment, and we're denying the kind of the semiotics, the meaning, the aesthetics, that they can appreciate aesthetics and things like that. I think we're going down a very slippery road, and perhaps then would we not be better with an AI that we can actually program? At the moment, for me, it's being realistic about the process we're engaging in. And I'm sort of tentatively saying we don't really know enough about it, which I think would be where biosemiotics comes in.
Thank you very much. So we will now welcome our third president, Aliyah, who is going to talk about exhausting science, the biosemiotic view on the phenomenology of invisible illness. So, Aliyah, if you are, can you hear us? Are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Yeah, it's all right, and we can see you also.
Perfect. So I'm going to share my screen now. So, sharing the screen, and I just switch to the presentation mode. Okay, I think you should see the first slide of my
loading.
Presentation.
It's loading.
Okay,
give a bit of time. Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, so maybe there's some sort of temporal lapse. I'm going to start my own timer now, but you can tell me 2 minutes before the end. Okay,
No
so
problem.
Okay, so thanks very much for having me here, and I'm very happy about the opportunity of presenting online. So my topic is going to be Exhausting Science, a biosemiotic view on the phenomenology of invisible illness. Now, those of you who know me from prior gatherings in biosemiotics know that my research focuses really on exploring synergies between semiotics and Buddhist philosophy in the Indian tradition, focusing on phenomenology. So this might seem a little bit far from the topic, but actually I'm working with Sultan cybersemiotics. And so the interest is really the challenge of how do we bring in the subjective first-person experiential aspect of reality in our view of information. So we want to arrive at an enlarged understanding of information and knowledge. And so the question of illness, invisible illness, is it just subjective? So this is actually the question we're going to look at. Now, some of you have made a last-minute change of their titles. If I should be doing that, I would change it to the importance of being earnest about invisible illness. You may know about Algernon explaining to Jack, about being a Bunburyist. And so I'm kind of, my allusion would be that people with so-called invisible illnesses are frequently accused of being Bunburyists, of just, inventing their illness because it's for multiple reasons. Or actually they're facing disbelief. We're going to see that later. But in contrast to the importance of being earnest, where, it's comfortable to move to the town or go down into the country, let me stress about people with ME/CFS. This is the first example of illness I'm going to give you. So this would be, I just switch that. We're talking about myalgic encephalomyelitis, or better known as the chronic fatigue syndrome. We'll just briefly look at that. But so one important point to keep in mind about this illness is that patients are unlikely to be to be seen at their worst, because they would not even be able to leave their homes due to those very debilitating symptoms. And so this has also greatly rendered difficult the situation of being heard. And so this would be, well, shall we call it a contrary example? One patient, and she's actually a co-founder of the European ME Coalition, she has made it to the European Parliament and given a speech literally from her bed. And I'm just using photographs she has. You can access this talk on the internet, and I'm just using her photos to show the impressive difference we currently also know from long COVID cases, where you have somebody being sporty and very active, and then due to something which is most probably a post-viral illness, to put it very in very simple terms, has to be taken care of by parents because there is no real support. And well, what has been lucky for patients is that, as in this case, you sometimes parents happen to be scientists or medical doctors, and who have then, turned to do research. Or Mark Vink, who actually is a doctor who ran marathons, and now he has to stay in a dark room with all the. We're going to look at the symptoms in a moment, but Evelyn van der Veen-Brink, she stressed that this disease sometimes is called invisible, maybe to outsiders. But, the point is also, are people actually willing to look, or are they looking away? And or the medical community. So that's why patients have very much suffered in silence. And it's possibly important to stress that sometimes, with regard to long COVID, this illness is being described as a new illness or a new discovery, but the definition by the World Health Organization actually dates back to 1969. So I was actually myself very much surprised how much good knowledge
is out there, but it's just not being made use of. So what's in the name?
Just want to stress one point about naming. We've had different names. So in myalgic encephalomyelitis, you have the Greek roots. But without going into that, the main point is, when you speak about chronic fatigue, that's why people are so often faced with statements like, okay, sometimes I'm very tired also. So let me just quote Laura Hillenbrand, who says, this illness is to fatigue what a nuclear bomb is to a match. It's an absurd mischaracterization. I mean, even if this diagram is really nice, giving you all those symptoms, debilitating exhaustion, fatigue really means this is not just being tired. And even this main symptom, or post-exertional malaise, is just one of a very broad array. So we're really speaking about a multi-system disease, very similar in many respects to long COVID. So to just quickly go over this, in the case of ME/CFS, when you talk about mild level of disease, this still means that you cannot work, you lose probably 50% of your activity or more. And in very severe cases, people are bedbound, paralyzed, they need tube feeding, and people have also died due to lack of support in the medical care system. So let us just quickly look at terminology without following this slavishly. I think it's a useful heuristic tool in the sense that how can we distinguish when we look at illness? And a physician, Marshall Marinke, he proposed we could look at it like this. So you have disease. This would be the pathological process, most often physical. So this is where we see a deviation from a biological norm. Illness would be a feeling, an experience of unhealth. So this would be the personal, interior, or so-called subjective perspective. And then with sickness, the external and public mode of unhealth comes in. So here the question is about social role status, right? So a bargain struck between the person who is sick or called sick and a society which is prepared to recognize and sustain that person. And as Marinka says, sometimes illness exists where no disease can be found. This may be the case in early stages, or it may be the case in so-called invisible illnesses. So one great example is the talk by Emily Reach White, who has given a TED talk about the chronic Lyme disease. Her dad died of it. And so she did a lot of investigations, but this brought her to the question of why are some diseases more culturally visible and more culturally acceptable than others? And due to lack of time, I've made a transcript, so I'm just I've included some quotations here. So she says, okay, when my dad got sick, it was not a famous disease, but it was Lyme disease, which is often misdiagnosed, misunderstood, and an uncertain sickness. And so what you have is that you even have a lack of adequate knowledge, even in the medical community. So he was told that he was actually at the point of doing fine, and that's why he went to Disney World. And so in the end, that's how it ended. He died. So I really recommend listening to the whole YouTube video. But then the question is the problem is, how would you actually talk about an illness where it takes you several years to even get a diagnosis? This is very common also with ME/CFS patients. Estimates are that 90% have not even been diagnosed, even though long COVID or post-COVID is currently changing a little bit the situation. And even after getting a diagnosis, the medical community or many of the people would still question the disease. So the question that arises is, of course, okay, what is the cause for this disbelief and for this lack of recognition? And as Emily Reach White puts it, would anybody seriously say to a cancer patient, you'll get better as soon as you decide to get better? So that's the whole question of psychologizing and psychiatrization of something which is really a somatic illness in both cases. So to return to Marinka, sickness based on illness alone is the most uncertain status. But as he reminds us, even when you have a disease, you don't have a guarantee, or there is not equity. So some of the factors he mentions is, of course, chronic versus acute, psychiatric versus surgical, old versus young, or if it concerns women or men. And so this is actually was what reminded me of the importance of being earnest, because at some point he says, best is an acute physical disease in a young man, quickly determined by recovery or death. Either will do, both are equally regarded. But you have various dimensions which render the situation very, very difficult. So, right. Concerning disbelief people are going to face, I just thought this phrase was very telling, because when people call you an enabler, you'll be too busy helping him crawl from his bed to the couch or steadying as he stands that he can use the bathroom to wonder what exactly you're enabling him to do. And so the question is really, do you have a disease from the established disease canon, from the register of approved diseases? And then people will listen to you. And she's giving the example of cancer versus Lyme disease, and then says, okay, 50 years ago, cancer was Lyme disease. So this is just an image I found on Twitter, which once again expresses, the lack of support people with chronic illnesses are facing, sometimes many erroneous diagnoses, but even harmful treatments, lack of social recognition. Okay, we've said that. Sorry about rushing through this, but this is going to be available as an upload. Now, Abigail Humes, a medical anthropologist, she has worked on Lyme disease, and she reminds us of the fact that, you know, this primary distinction between signs and symptoms in medical science. So you have subjective markers of disease and objective markers. This really lies at the heart of the problem. We can't go into medical semiotics, I fear, but I've checked this. So you always find this distinction between symptoms and signs. And just to quote from Lester King, talking about the physician as a skilled observer who can discern what the patient cannot. The sad truth is that very often patients are actually, they need to be much better informed about illness, their own illness, because when they go to the doctor and it's an contested or even unknown illness, I mean, unknown in the clinical setting, they have no choice. But at the same time, this really produces situations of double bind because epistemic privilege is, of course, not on their side. So I've looked at this also with regard to Sally Haslanger, who has given a wonderful talk on systemic structure and institutional injustice. And this is just to say that even racial issues, how violence lands upon the body, that we can also observe this with regard to health situations or situations of unhealth. And as Jennifer Dobson has put it, with regard to invisible illness and measurability. So the problem is when patients are being pathologized and one is dismissive of their deep knowledge and understanding of their own bodies and lived experiences. And so this would actually be, so one thing is to critically look at, you know, what are the cultural metaphors all of this is kind of has been caused by. And then, you know, of course, the challenge or the ideal would be how can we get closer to the truth of embodiment and living experience. I'm quoting Peirce here because I like his point about the practical effects. And I've mentioned epistemology as the approach I'm working with. I think I'm coming to an end, right? I've got 2 more minutes or something. Harvey Carroll and Ian James Kidd, they have looked at epistemic injustice with regard to health and the vulnerability of patients. So we could look at all of this in terms of testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice and gaps in collective hermeneutical resources. And they have also developed a phenomenological patient toolkit. So I think it's a very good invitation, you know, to give a voice to patients, even though, you know, they're called for for developing a thick account of illness, to speak with Goetz and to move away from it as only a biological process. The problem people with ME/CFS are facing, that not even the organic somatic dimension of their illness is being taken seriously. So this is really important. I didn't want to gloss over that. So I would sum up saying that we need, in order to give more room to a phenomenology of living experience and embodied knowledge, you have to bring in patients. And what I find helpful is also Ananta Kumar Giri. He's, again, this is about the epistemologies from the South, and he calls for a ontological epistemology of participation, in the sense that you do not only, when overcoming the limits of the epistemological dimension, what you really need is you cannot just simply add epistemologies, but you actually have to work for an ontological epistemology of participation, which in this case would mean that on a horizontal, in a sort of horizontalization, you bring in all partners of conversations to an equal plane, so that in this case, patients have the same rights, dignity, and responsibility. So, yes, I think, thank you. So actually, yes.
We have 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I'm done. So I was just wondering where to leave my slide. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. That's wonderful. So we have it left for a question. So Aline, if you want to come there. The mic for her is there somewhere.
Right. Hi Alina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very important topic you're approaching. Thank you. You did say that you skipped some part on medical semiotics that you had, and I guess that's where we would have dived into the juicy biosemiotic bit. But another important application of semiotics revolving around the topic that you mentioned should be, I think, in medical communication. And a lot is changing in medical communication because of digitalization. Maybe, I don't know if you've come across the work of actually a colleague of mine, Philip Roth, who explained how the diagnosis of long COVID became acknowledged by the medical community. Because it's a terminology, as you well asked, what is in the name? This is a terminology not coined by the medical community, but by lay observers, by patients and so on. Hence also the colloquial wording of it, long COVID. But then, you know, popularly, so many people gather so much evidence supporting the notion of long COVID, whatever that may be, that rather uniquely the medical community has assumed it too. So I wonder if you're looking into this as well, what could you tell us? How would you think that popular science would play out in informing proper medical research and so on? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for raising this very important point, Aline. As you say, I think I really agree that digitalization has greatly contributed to a sort of empowerment, because you find patient advocates, even physicians, all on social platforms like Twitter or LinkedIn. So, you know, people from patients who have to stay in bed all day, they get access to this sort of information. But let me just say that the downside of this whole process is, of course, that very often patients complain about, you know, they are tired, and, you know, they feel like they have to do the work that should be done by physicians or researchers. And the problem here is really, I mean, researchers are doing a wonderful job, but the problem, I think I forgot to mention that or to read it out. It's a problem about, I mean, invisibility really means underfunding. And when you have no funding, when you have to go very often for private funding, then you have no research. I mean, even in the case of long COVID, first a cure which is now being tested. It's done for long COVID, but MECFS people had to raise funds through petitions and so on. But it's really, yes, I think it really contributes to empowerment, but there are really two sides to it. I hope that has covered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. We are going to pass our next. So our next presentation is at least a presentation in presence with all this online part, and it will be Auli Vidalep, I hope I pronounce it right, and our estimate host Tyler James Bennett. And do you want also I signal you 2 minutes or something, or are you're on your own? Okay, wonderful. So, yeah.
This should be the last version, right?
Yeah.
Does it go and then start?
Yeah. Nope. And,
actually, I had downloaded the.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, but it's just, you know, using this one.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. So the floor is yours.
So hello everyone. I'm gonna start with a story. Like when I was looking at the connections between AI and semiotics for my PhD thesis, and like historical whatever has been done on it, I came upon a came upon this. It's a handbook of semiotics from '97, and among other things, it lists all the types of semiosis that apparently this is where semiosis was expanded from like human-specific phenomenon to all nature. But in the list, you can also see there is a chapter on machine semiosis. I was like, what? Why? Why is this there? You know. And well, at the beginning of this section, the authors define this concept. Well, so they extrapolated from like human-specific process to also processes, and they say inside machines, between machines, and then the human-machine interaction, of course. But yeah, and by the end of the chapter, they basically conclude that machine semiosis still presupposes human semiosis. So we can basically talk about machine semiosis when there is a human who is using a computer, so there is a machine and there is semiosis, but they don't really intersect that much. So when I was like meditating on that, I started wondering, is like, so if we start naming the semiosis that humans have using different kind of tools, then there are like, you know, there is this Persis inkstand argument also, which some of you may know, but like, you know, there is like, there could be paper semiosis and pencil semiosis, and why not latte semiosis if you can't write without a coffee, and maybe depending on your eyesight, it can be also that if there are no glasses, then there is no semiosis, right? Unless you are thinking about something that you read before. So, yeah, there's the question of how far we could go with such like a metaphor or something. But coming back to the topic of what I'm mostly researching is the how we imagine AI, basically, or what we think about the machines that are intelligent or have intelligent functions, so to speak. So one of the examples I've used also is the case where The Guardian posted an opinion article that was generated with GPT-3. It's a language transformer model that was built by OpenAI. Right now there is the 4 coming out, I think. But so this was like almost 2 years ago now. And well, basically the whole article was written in first-person perspective. And it was
situation.
Did I kill her? No.
It wasn't you. It was the machine.
AI is interfering. I can see.
Must have heard you.
So yeah. And yeah, it's basically advancing an argument on why humans shouldn't fear AI. But like, as the title puts it, like maybe you should all be scared, right? And at the end of the article, it's actually, there is like a description about, how it was made, that there were humans involved actually, and there was a person who wrote the prompt, and the prompt was in first-person perspective. So basically the words, I am artificial intelligence, I am going to tell you, blah, 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 this was like fed by the group of scientists. And what GPT-3 does very well is that it maintains the coherence with the grammatical person it was given, and it maintains the topic. So, I mean, it was quite successful, but for some weird reason, maybe also because this discursive sort of endorsement of AI-written content over human-written content that also appears there, and like hiding the real authors, like I call them real authors, actually the people who read and edit generated text. But yeah, like there were like 2 kinds of reactions basically immediately following this op-ed. So one of them went like, look at what the robot is trying to tell us. And yeah, very prominent newspapers, I would say. And then another group of reactions was very critical about how this misrepresents what the technology can actually do. It misleads people and so on. And well, an example of the first kind of, which is more interesting to me, of course, as a research object, so a robot writes an op-ed promising to destroy mankind, and it's very cheeky, it's being very cheeky, and then it has opinions, and really the author is quoting it as if it was a human author with intention and opinions and so on. And while this may be like a funny language game, the question is that maybe like this tendency to anthropomorphize machines actually has been researched as automation bias in literature. And automation bias means that sometimes people tend to attribute greater authority to the machine than they do to a human in a similar situation. And there are studies showing that when people use decision support systems, which is basically AI, and it gives a recommendation, for example, what medicine to prescribe or something like that, then in this case, 6% of the cases, doctors actually reversed their own correct decision in favor of the machine decision that wasn't so good. So the question is that if you are the patient, do you want to be within the 6% or like within the rest of it? And Jonah Bryson and many others actually think that anthropomorphism is kind of like, just a function of our empathy. And, well, basically, what I also think is that it comes down to we can't avoid it. So, as was mentioned before in this conference by Remo, Massimo, Daria, and others, is that we should be more aware of the fallacies that are created, or that we have, like our fallacies to, like tendencies to over-interpret things sometimes. And it's the semiotician's job to point them out. But as for the machine ontologies, machines actually still operate with science in a way that cannot always be attributed to, that there is a human part, human semiosis part in the process. So what these and we both find with Tyler that quasi-sign concept by Peirce that he developed further in his PhD is actually might be quite a good way to address this ontology. And so I'm handing on to Tyler.
Very, very nice. So yeah, I guess we would place the GPT-3 as a quasi-sign. This is the quasi-sign doctrine, as I've attempted to lay out in my dissertation, which receives its initial inspiration not from study of artificial intelligence, for example, but from the study of the lower threshold, which is on the left. Yes. And the lower threshold, we may say, is the classic domain of study of biosemiotics. It's the main interest, right? The threshold between, well, they say the threshold between life and non-life is what defines the lower threshold. Although some of the most thorough research into the status of the lower threshold and what I call proto-science, conducted mostly by Tommy Vekkavara, Alexei Sharov, and Morten Tonnesen, from the inspiration of Giorgio Prodi's proto-sign. They dispute whether this threshold can be drawn so neatly between life and non-life. It's not an interest of mine, really. But anyway, those are the thinkers who have developed the study of what's beneath the lower threshold of the sign most extensively. And the quasi-sign doctrine proposes that there are two types of quasi-sign. The first one being the proto-sign, and the second one being something a little different, which is the part where this is my contribution. But another feature of the proto-sign is its detachment from context, we may say. There's a feature of automatization, which happens in the proto-sign. And more specifically, as they describe it, the proto-sign, well, as Alexei Sharov and Tommy Vekkavara and Morten Tonneson have described it, specifically, the proto-sign becomes detached from its object. So we're talking about the Persian object here. So another feature of the proto-sign is a kind of collapse of triadicity, if you will. Although we may say it's merely a matter of decrease of deliberation over the object, and that the object never disappears completely. Again, this is a nuance, a theoretical dispute, which I'm not terribly invested in. Nevertheless, the proto-sign involves what we may say, what we may call disappearance of the object and the loss of triadicity and degeneration into dyadicity. But anyway, if we circle around past the lower threshold into the domain, we enter the domain of proper triadicity, if you will, in the Persian sense, with icon, index, and symbol. Proper triadicity brings with it actually some descriptive problems, because properly triadic signs involve process. According to the doctrine, properly triadic signs cannot be formalized. They cannot be described completely or exhaustively in terms of formal language. So, in fact, it's the quasi-signs which we can actually approach more closely with exhaustive formal linguistic description, or computational description for that matter, which is an interesting feature. But there's a famous descriptive problem when it comes to modeling semiosis, proper semiosis, which is a property of the fully fledged signs. Yeah. But as we know, the symbol is the most fully fledged of all the signs, because it possesses highest level of articulation while retaining the kind of ground and context specificity that also characterizes the fully fledged signs. So that the symbol is the most sign-like of all the signs, and yet, as a number of people have demonstrated, most recently, I guess, Terence Deacon has demonstrated how a symbolic reference introduces a kind of problematic also, where we return to a threshold situation, where the possibility of the collapse of the triadic sign once again into a kind of dyadic sign happens once again. And in this sense, it's kind of similar with the proto-sign, but it's also a little bit different. So upper threshold is something that was coined by Umberto Eco. And I argue that the upper threshold, while being again collapsing into a kind of dyad, losing at least a degree of triadicity, we may say involves rather the loss of the interpretant. There are a number of reasons why I've decided to describe it this way. One of the reasons is because Shera, Vekavara, and Tonneson have claimed at least that it's the object which is lost in the case of the proto-sign, and it is Charles Peirce himself when talking about the quasi-signs and using a human example that is the ground arms example, who says that in fact it's the interpretant which disappears in this case. So that's why I've zeroed in on that, although it raises problems and can be disputed. I would probably maintain that actually they're sort of interchangeable, right? Decrease of deliberation over the object also entails a kind of decrease of the interpretant, and so on. So like decrease of context specificity also entails a lack of deliberation in the production of an interpretant and so on. And also, of course, in the case of the classic Pardo signs, as I call them, there is an interpretant of some kind, although maybe it may only involve copying, as in the case of memes. But anyway, so not all symbols do this, and a symbol which had really lost its interpretant wouldn't any longer be a proper symbol. But anyway, it is the symbols that make this possible, particularly in the when networks of symbols arise. And these are the situations that Deacon points to in symbolic species, where there's almost a maladaptive character to certain instances of symbol use. John Schumann refers to the situation as the symbol plex. Here, yes. And the symbol plexes make possible what, for example, Tori Alexander was talking about on Monday with regard to mob mentality and mass formations, which we find in situations of political crisis, for example, although there are many other examples where groups of people it begins by a concept latched upon by groups of people, and then people begin to deliberate less over the situation and act kind of like collectively, or almost as though act as though like proto-semiotic agents that have been vampirized, whatever. And this whole schema, quasi-sign doctrine, is inspired by Thomas Sebeok's famous simplification of Charles Peirce's object trichotomy of icon index symbol, to which he adds symptom and signal, although for Sebeok, signal comes first and then symptom. And the sixth term in Sebeok's system is the name. I chose to replace it with meme for, I think, what are obvious reasons. Because, first of all, because the meme is a very important area of inquiry for us. And it's the most exemplary of this like upper threshold situation that Eco describes, right? The maladaptive character of symbol use. Okay. But so this domain is also the class, so where the proto-sign is the classic domain of biosemiotics. That's what biosemiotics is mostly interested. On the contrary, the upper threshold zone has been the classic interest of structural semiology, post-structuralism, and psychoanalysis, right? Mostly like 60s and 70s inspired semiology from Paris, and also the interest of critical theory and so on. And this is why we would place terms like simulacra in this zone. And this is also the zone of what Professor Gramigna was explicating so eloquently a couple days ago about the loss of a referent. Yes? So a referent can have different characters. So the Peirceans want to say that the referent is associated with the object. Keep in mind, of course, that Umberto Eco asserted that actually the referential function should be associated with the interpretant. Again, another matter for later discussion. But anyway, so this is also the domain of the most pressing kinds of science today, and we notice this from our conference so far, where artificial intelligence has become such a hot topic. And most obvious examples of this loss of referent in the situation of the Tardo sign is, of course, viral videos and deepfakes, which are copied ad hominem, they're copied ad infinitum. And this copying itself is potentiated precisely by the loss of context specificity, or loss of ground. This is what enables such copying. And we can see how the technologies of information and communication technology blowing up today potentiate this copying at an unprecedented level. And this has been mentioned a lot today. And needless to say, we put GPT-3 here. The mistake, which Aliyah has pointed out so clearly, of anthropomorphization would be to say that proper artificial intelligence, whether it exists now or not, would fall here, because cycling all the way around, and due to this complexification and sophistication of the symbolic tools within it, new basic signs emerge. Proper sign use itself emerges at a whole new level, right? And this is what people claim to see in artificial intelligence. But Ali's claim, and I think she's probably right, at least for now, is that this is not the case. This is an anthropomorphic overestimation, and rather we find artificial intelligence right where it should be. Yes. But you can see a kind of continuity from concepts really at the upper threshold, symbolic concepts, to ideology critique, for example, memes, simulacra, and all of which involve kind of Tardo sign copying, and then the most extreme examples of the same function happen towards the top. Well, you can see that for us, this domain, we consider this domain to be a very pressing, urgent area of research. But you may ask us at this stage, well, what is the prescription then? Like, how do we manage, what are the proper tools for managing the Tardo signs if they really are so pressing? But my proposal is that, to use the quasi-sign doctrine as the basis for a new general semiotics, because our goal is to establish a new center for general semiotics, which is broad enough to encompass both biosemiotics on the one far side and, say, for example, deconstruction and psychoanalysis on the other side. And so on the basis of the quasi-sign we can do this, because what we find is that the study of the lower threshold is highly illuminating for the study of the upper, and thus biosemiotics is indeed highly illuminating for these seemingly non-biological questions which preoccupy us here. And this has been borne out by our conference so far, I think, quite clearly. But both directions of integration are clearly necessary, not just from biosemiotics to cultural semiotics, but vice versa, from cultural semiotics to biosemiotics. But again, so what are the methods? As I said, the domain of the Tardo-Sign was the classic interest of structural semiology, and from that end, the methods for managing, or procedures for managing the Tardo-Signs were mostly, if not exclusively, textual methods. And Umberto Eco more or less agreed with this. My theorization of the Tardo-Signs derives largely from Eco, particularly from the early Eco. And his position was indeed that the proper semiotic methods come from the study of text. There should be textual methods. For example, the combination of incompatible theoretical systems or descriptive systems, say the dialectical transposition of contradictory descriptive systems, is meant to postpone or prevent the ossification of the descriptive system into its own ideology. We can see how these textual methods are still relevant for biosemiotics as well. But nevertheless, this purely textual answer to the question of what are the procedures for managing the Tardo-Signs, this purely textual answer is deeply unsatisfied to those of you who are more committed to embodiment or to the notion of non-linguistic meaning. And thus I have to counter Eco a little bit, just a little bit, when he says, he divides his book into these two sections. He asserts that the theory of codes relates to signification, the theory of sign production relates to communication, but that signification is the important term, communication is only a subset. For simplicity's sake, this is an oversimplification. Let's say that the theory of codes and signification pertains to texts. The theory of communication pertains to non-linguistic meaning and interactivity. This is an oversimplification. So Eco's point is just to say that, while yes, communication matters, as he asserts, communication is important, and he theorizes communication extensively in his book. Nevertheless, the methodology of semiotics must be drawn purely from the theorization of the sign, or from signification of text. Anyway, so we can, in order to rectify this and to build a bigger tent for general semiotics, which can span the entire spectrum, we simply reverse this. You see, a certain communication, rather, is the big term. Signification is a subset of that. And thus, we borrow, when establishing our basic principles of general semiotics, we merely say that the principles of general semiotics are derived from communication. This is what we do. This is my final slide. I know I'm running over time. We say principles of general semiotics are derived from communication. And the main interest of general semiotics is to maximize, enhance, and prolong interactivity. Yes? And I know at this stage in the conference and in my talk, the idea of prolonging interactivity probably doesn't sound very appealing to you, but nevertheless, I encourage you to adopt my suggestion. But we established a series of these principles. The first one being, and relating directly to Ali's talk, that semiosis is non-computational and non-algorithmic. Oops. Well, and this is not to say that computational tools aren't valuable for the semiotic enterprise, but they should always be used in tandem with the relational tools and qualitative tools. And it is to say strongly that there are certain interests, particularly our main interest of interactivity, which cannot be formalized, and there are certain areas of experience which we don't want to automate. Yes, and this sounds like obvious common sense, right? But it's not. So we have to actually reiterate that. This includes linguistic and cultural polyglotism, which I won't go into. I want to emphasize this one: preserving likeness and going off script. This is essential because in a presentation or in a lecture series or in a course, preparation, of course, is very important, and it's tempting to stick to script, right? Because it's less likely that you'll make an error. But there are some advantages to going off script, especially if you're teaching an online course, I think, and this is a very pragmatic instruction from general semiotics for pragmatics of communications, to encourage you to, well, yes, of course, prepare, but be ready to deviate from the script, because unless you're able to prove that you can deviate from the script, there's no difference between you and the machine. And your students can see it, because it's more likely you'll make a mistake, or there's at least a chance in your lecture that you'll make a mistake. if you deviate from script, and that keeps the tension. It keeps the tension in the lecture. This is very effective on online teaching. Right. So, but another kind of obvious, these are generic, very generic principles, as you can see. I'm very close. Struggles of emancipation, struggles in gender, race, and class, right? Seem like they're not relevant to biosemiotics. They are. And finally, my final point, and maybe the most important one, is about deterritorialization through co-creation. At the level of writing, it's co-authorship. As you can see, co-presentation. But this is also about academic rivalries, I guess. The more skilled we are, ironically, the less likely we are to embrace those of conflicting viewpoints. And thus I invoke the theme that was raised at the end of yesterday's talk about we can't do it alone, and we have to put aside our various differences and rivalries for the sake of unifying the group. But, thank you.
So thank you both. Unfortunately, we are running very late, and as I said, it's a long session since we still have 2 presentations left. But as our participant is there, you can grab them and try to ambush them during lunch to ask all the questions you will need. So, yeah. It's Claudia, where? It's true. Where is the Zoom? Do we have Schumann there?
Schumann is not connected, but he has a video presentation.
Okay.
Same for what we're going to do then. I'm going to show
the presentation for Sherman.
It's not there anymore.
Let's open the Gmail last
What wasn't it on this?
So let's go first with Sherman.
Sure.
Okay.
So that we can.
Okay, so first we are going to have the presentation we were supposed to have by Jeremy Sherman the other day, but for technical reasons it was not there. So he sent us this video, which is 14 minutes, so it will be keep up the time. Claudio, can I?
Press that space bar.
Okay.
I want to ask first, what's biosemiotics' message to biologists, if any? One answer is there's no message. We're silent. Biosemiotics is a wholly independent field. Another is biologists need semiotics. That's where we're advocating to biologists. They need to pay attention to semiotics. Third is naturalizing. I'm going to focus a little bit on that Ising at the end, which is like rationalizing or moralizing. We offer various ways to map parallels between biomechanics and semiotics. And the fourth is the one that interests me the most. We offer a scientific explanation for the emergence and nature of semiotics within physical mechanisms or mechanics. So that's the one I want to highlight here. And I think we have a problem. I think biosemiotics is in the perfect position to spot and highlight a problem we have with abduction. So I'm going to focus a bit on that here. Abduction is categorizing by common traits. I know it's open to interpretation. Lots of people have different interpretations of what's going on with abductive interpretation, but I'm going with that one. Categorization. We do it all the time. We categorize all the time. I'll call that intuitive abduction. We do it by basically positing categories of things. For example, in David Haig's recent presentation in the Biosemiotic Blade, he talked about semiotics as information that's processed by an interpreter that generates meaning. But we do that in everyday life as well. If a vehicle has a sitting thing, a mover thing, like an engine and a roller thingies, you know, it's just where you basically come up with an intuitive categorization. And I'm going to argue in this presentation that we employ far too much of that in the sciences. Because it's not actually that rigorous. We come up with these intuitive categories, and then we do all sorts of modeling with them. This is a simple model. We can adjust the models. We can change them around. But if you've got miscategorized categorizations in your model, you're going to end up with a non-rigorous model. So I'm suggesting that actually there have been two scientific revolutions, and there's one yet to come. The first one was rigorous deduction, formalism. You can say it starts with Pythagoras and Aristotle. The second scientific revolution was rigorous induction, empiricism, Bacon, Newton, etc. But I'm suggesting that we do not yet have a good alternative to intuitive adduction or categorization. So I'm going to say TBD, to be determined, how we would ever bring rigor to abduction. I want to suggest also that there are three kinds of falsifiability that often get confused, conflated. Formal or deductive falsifiability is whether your model is internally consistent. Empirical falsifiability is predictive of outputs from inputs. So for example, AI can produce effects very much like those we see from humans, but that's a kind of empirical or inductive falsifiability. But the one that interests me is explanatory or abductive falsifiability. Is your model an explanation of how functions actually happen in degenerative mechanistic world? That is, does your model, I should have said this more simply, does your model actually explain how things happen in nature or not? So I would suggest that when scientists employ this intuitive abduction as a source of explanation, they run the risk, or they engage in or indulge in abstract parallel engineering, which I'm going to call APE. Abstract engineering, you've got these theoretical sketches of connected categorical idealizations. Black boxes, the categories remain unexplained simply because you can make these sketches of things, like on the back of the envelope, I had those sketches a few minutes ago, but you don't actually have to build the thing. You can understand its function, you can predict its behavior, but you don't have to explain what's going on in the black boxes. And not just black boxes, it's also black arrows. That is, the arrows in such models as we come up with are often ambiguously correlated with also black arrows. That is, the arrows in such models as we come up with are often ambiguously correlational as formal cause, causal, meaning efficient cause, or intentional, final cause. And the abstractions ignore entropy and physiology. They're abstractions. You've abstracted some kind of symbolic model or element, and you're not paying attention to the entropy, the fact that everything's degenerating, that these models are degenerating on the spot, even though you're employing them as though they're static things or static processes. They're really degenerating at any point. And in general, when we employ these models, we are doing it by a kind of parallelism, which is like dualism. But what I mean here is that we employ dual aspect models for our boxes and arrows. Is an engine trying to be an engine? Is a mind trying to keep itself going? It's kind of a brain, but it's also a mind. It's both physical and it's also somehow semiotic. You get very sophisticated ape models, and they're rife in the sciences and philosophy. It's the common form for theorizing, and it's wonderful for describing what needs to be explained, but that does not explain things, does not give you an accurate representation necessarily of how something works in nature. AI is another good example of this. That is, you can start to think that computers think and that minds are computers. That's not how they work. You can do this, you can make these ape models in prose, equations, diagrams, computations. They can be very sophisticated. And it makes it easy to construct these ape models. But there are weak standards for deciding which models are better. That is, there's low explanatory falsifiability. You can come up with lots of different models, all of which will have some kind of tack welding to the physical world, but they won't necessarily tell you how things really work. I'm finding ape glosses across among researchers who are biosemioticians or in that area. There's kind of an assumption that's implied by that parallelist approach, which is, of course, this stuff is instantiated in physical chemistry. How is not our concern. Another, this is back to the thing about naturalized as like rationalized, meaning it's a contrivance. That is, you simply assume some rule that physics becomes semiotic once there's some force in the world, some categorical force like natural selection or genetic replication or information or complexity or cybernetics. Here are two quotes from biosemioticians of some note that I think point to, they expose how much the ape model continues to be rife in biosemiotics, and I think that's a problem. Well, apparently you meant explanation of final causation on the basis of physics, efficient and formal causation. But this kind of grounding is simply not possible and not needed. That's from a biosemiotician. Here's another one. But the reality of alternative one who interprets, why not at the chemical level? You simply assume, yeah, of course this stuff is instantiated in physics and chemistry. How is not our issue? And I think that's a problem. Biosemiotics, I'll argue, is perfectly positioned to lead a paradigm shift away from ape pseudo-explanations, but only if the field stops relying on it. So I'm going to propose some steps towards a third scientific revolution imposing rigor on abduction. I want to suggest that life's fundamental pragmatic semiotic challenge is self-regeneration in a degenerative universe. If your biosemiotic model does not explain how your biosemiotic model stays in existence as everything degenerates, then I don't think it's any better than, it's just another ape model. On your slouchiest day, you generate 240 billion replacement cells. This is often not taken into account. This is an example of how we don't always confront the fundamental pragmatic challenge for semiotics, which is that everything's degenerating. There's no interpretation without self-regeneration. Here's a simple model. I'm delighted by how tight this is. I think of biosemiotics or biology as work that works to keep a chemical system working in its workplace. That's 4 different kinds of work. The first one is effort. Effort that works, that functions, to keep a chemical system working, to keep a being. Being is a verb and a noun. It's an active process, me staying a being, those 240 billion cells I have to regenerate on even my slouchiest day. And we do that in a context. So we're doing it by interpreting. So I see agency, normativity, better and worse, viability for the being, and semiotic as all built into this simple description of what we do. There's by-ness, that is work by an organism, for the organism, for its own wellness, with respect to its circumstances. And though this is cut off, I'm saying per sin, none of these 4 features manifest in the absence of the other. They come out as a piece. They emerge as a piece. All four features are prohibited in the physical sciences and inescapable in the life and social sciences. And though they're inescapable, they are often ape-denied. That is, you can pretend them away if you want. If you employ that ape method and you simply posit categories by means of intuition, that is intuitive abduction, yeah, you can deny it, but it's right there. It's clear that life does work that works to keep itself going in its workplace. So grounding semiotics in physics, the ontologically prior sciences must explain the emergence of the categories that the ontologically subsequent sciences assume. I'm just starting with that assumption. So you've got the tree of life, but it's grounded in physics and chemistry. So I'm going to suggest that we actually need a third branch of fundamental logic. There's a priori, which is deduction, a posteriori, which is induction, and I'm going to suggest a ramo as rigorous abduction. What do I mean, a ramo? It's from the branching. So for me, a semiotic grounding would be one that pays attention to how semiotics emerges within nothing but physical chemistry. And I want to suggest that the ape biosemiotic research agenda tends to focus above it. And even if it's attempting to explain the emergence, it doesn't do it in terms of physical chemical work. Semiotic research in general focuses on human level symbol competent effort. Ape biosemiotic research tends to focus here, and I'm not interested in that work unless we have a grounding in how
beings making functional interpretive effort emerge within nothing but physical chemistry. That is, I want an ergodynamic explanation, an explanation of semiotic effort as a change in likely work. There's all sorts of work in the universe, and then there's functional interpretive work, and I want to suggest it's a change in likely work, and it would be actually a prevention of degenerative work. So I call bullshit. I call bullshit on this thing, but this kind of grounding is simply not possible and not needed. No, it's fine if someone wants to think that, but I'm just saying, no, from my perspective, that's bullshit. These are our assumptions here in the California School of Biosemiotics, and they're from our most confident to the least confident. So the question is what we're most confident in. How do beings making functional interpretive effort emerge within nothing but physical chemistry? The method I'm going to suggest is rigorous non-ape abduction. That is, the lower level science must explain the emergence of what the higher level sciences assume. And since we assume semiotics in biology, we have to explain how it emerges from physics and chemistry. Our hunch is, of course, second-order emergent constraint. Beings are constraints that channel energy into effort to prevent the generation of the constraint that they are. And finally, we have the exemplar, which is our autogen hypothesis. And like I say, I'm less an advocate for autogens than I am for this question. If you're not dealing with this question, I'm not really that interested in the game. Which is to say, in closing, I probably won't continue to present in the Northern European Biosemiotics Conference unless I hear some curiosity about escaping ape. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Zoom. Come on. Yeah.
So you can start when you want. Everything is fine on our side.
I don't know what's going wrong here.
Just start presenting. Everything is fine on our side. We can see you. We can hear you. It's okay.
Okay, I'll just start presenting. Indeed. So in this presentation, I explore the nature of physicality and symbolic reference in relation to some medical phenomena. In the science, of course, there is a strong belief that everything in the world is physical. Physical entities, as maintained in the field of physics, are characterized by mass, energy, observability, and causal effects. Something less than physical, however, can lack mass, energy, and observability, but still have causal effects. So my efforts here are to explore physicality as a non-either-or proposition. There may be degrees and kinds of physicality that don't match the notion of physical that has been maintained in the study of physics and chemistry. So my position is physicalist, but not exclusively physicalist. So what I want to briefly consider are some cases of medically undiagnosed symptoms to see if perhaps they might be influenced by symbolic reference. In Sweden, there are immigrant children who enter coma-like states where they can remain for months or years. The children are kept alive by feeding tubes. They do not speak, their eyes remain closed, and it's not clear whether they can process the ambient language. And the syndrome seems to be importantly influenced by culture and environment. Now, Sweden initially maintained a very liberal immigration policy for refugees, but in the mid-2000s, the number of refugees became so great that there was a concerned that it might be necessary to constrain the flow. A system of migration board hearings was established in which the families were interviewed about their situation, and a decision was made to either allow them to stay in Sweden or to place them on a track for deportation. The children were required to be present at these hearings, during which they became very well aware of their families, that their family's residence in Sweden was in jeopardy. It's been speculated that this condition was a sign of impending disruption and may have been the belief that with a serious illness in the family, its residence in Sweden could be maintained and continue. As a matter of fact, that was the policy early on. But interestingly, if the family was granted asylum, the children frequently recovered from the coma. When an affected child was examined medically, the test results were typically normal. The condition is sometimes referred to as a resignation syndrome. Children fear deportation and simply give up, but of course they don't die. The coma is seen by some as an index of and a reaction to this distress. And as I mentioned, it seems to involve the intersection and entanglement of psychological, social, and physical influences, but lacks the evidence of disease or brain damage, which are expected to accompany coma-like states. Now, the stressfulness of the lengthy asylum process certainly contributes to the child syndrome, but they may have also held the symbolic concept, the belief, the hope, that the illness would allow their family to remain. Some of the terms that have been applied to the syndrome are hysteria, conversion disorder, non-epileptic seizures, function neurological disorder, mass psychogenetic illness, psychosomatic illness, and again, resignation syndrome. This clearly demonstrates that the medical profession doesn't know what's happening here, doesn't know what's going on. Now, in a recent book, Suzanne O'Sullivan has examined some of these cases. And the naming of this syndrome is indeed a semiotic issue. Where psychological and mental and social and traumatic attributions or causes for the disease are strongly dispreferred by the local doctors and the community. They want a biological diagnosis. They don't want the patients in their community to be designated as crazy or hysterical. Now, since most of the affected children in Sweden had experienced trauma in their home countries from which they came, this may have affected the children, and it would make reasonable a diagnosis of PTSD. Of course, it may be the lengthy asylum process that generates the syndrome, or the children knowing, believing, or hoping that their families would not be deported if they were seriously ill. Thus, the children may have acquired the symptoms as an adaptive strategy to avoid deportation. The thing that stands to be understood in the long run is exactly how such external factors were able to change the biology and to create the various specific clinical features of the syndrome. Now I'd like to switch to another psychological phenomenon, which is a bit different. Leon Soames, a psychiatrist in Los Angeles, in his book, A Modern Guide for the Perplexed, he has a chapter on reality and fantasy, in which he discusses the issue of low probability reality and fantasy, or low probability negative fantasies. Patients frequently report negative predictions about outcomes that are very unlikely. And he gives some examples. I'll just mention some briefly. Like one example is, I will never find a job I like. Another, there must be something wrong with me. Nobody will ever love me. There's no point in me taking this exam. I know I won't pass. If I don't follow this ritual, bad things will happen. Soames also suggests that such negative fantasies can involve assessments at a political and national level. Some 50 or more years ago, this was a fantasy. And I quote, "The Vietnamese are involved in a vast monolithic communist conspiracy to take over the world. We must go and stop them." That domino theory occupied our foreign policy as a negative fantasy for years. More recently, we had Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. We must go to Iraq and destroy them. So these fantasies are reported and elaborated by influencers. And I suggest that the beliefs and ideas expressed in the examples are symbolic concepts that are not exclusively physical. As concepts, they lack energy, mass, and observability, but nevertheless, they have causal effects on the world. In the words of terminology suggested by Alexander and Crimes, there may be semiotic habits. Soames, a psychiatrist, suggests that such negative appraisals of possible outcomes may have had some evolutionary advantages which enhanced human survival by avoiding danger. He also suggests that the human ability to generate unrealistic outcomes may be related to the source of human imagination and creativity. So we have two sides of this, a downside and a positive side. So the speculation here is that given the nature of symbolic concepts and the fact that they are not fully physical, may allow them to have influence on an individual's health where the cause of the disease is not identified and may not indeed be physical. Now, I don't believe that all medically undiagnosed illnesses have the same or similar etiologies. Symbolic concepts lacking full physicality may not be what are involved in many varieties of psychosomatic disease. But an idea or belief or situation as a symbolic concept, or in what we might call a symbol plex, suggests that the very ability to make symbolic reference may also, on the positive side, be the source of human imagination and discovery. Perhaps the phenomenon of symbolic reference may be an area for exploration that could contribute to the understanding of certain aspects of undiagnosed medical conditions. The fact that many symbolic concepts are not constrained by mass, energy, or observability, it may not be necessary for us to maintain the notion of physicality that is characteristic of the sciences of the inorganic world and much of the biological world. Perhaps symbolic reference and symbolic concepts allow us to some extent escape from that world. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Unfortunately, we are. I'm not on it. Unfortunately, we are running very late, so there is. You want the question? Okay, so there will be time for one short question. Otherwise, we are running really late here. So, is there one question there? You have to come here. Okay.
Pointed at me. I don't know what he's thinking of.
Okay, Don has a question.
John, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
The group wants to know where you got that ascot.
Is it just it's not an ascot.
Okay, I'm just kidding. Listen.
It's a neck schmuck.
A neck schmuck. Okay, very nice. We just heard a presentation from Jeremy Sherman. I'm sure you know Jeremy, which concluded on the idea that if don't have in our descriptions the detailed analyses
of physical chemical work, then in his words, it's bullshit. Comment?
You want me to comment?
Sure.
Well,
your idea.
You know, actually, I have to thank Jeremy Sherman for suggesting to me that I talk about these phenomena as, I initially would call them non-physical concepts or symbolic concepts. And he said, don't go that far. Call them not exclusively physical. And I think that helps a lot. However, many of these concepts are what characterize social science in general. And so my current feeling is, after spending 20 years in neuroscience, is that it may not be as imperative as we might think to get a physical account of the phenomenon. Neuroscience is changing rapidly. In the meantime, points of view, perspectives, interpretations are very valuable. And I think to insist that you go to the biological immediately when the biology is unsettled may be just frustrating. So I think progress can be made by having good research, well designed and well executed, that doesn't provide a biological basis, but gives an interesting and informative point of view. So I would not insist, even though for 20 years I was hoping to be able to do this, on a biological explanation of a phenomenon first. I think we have to wait to see what happens in neuroscience.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you all. Thank you all for still being there. Just before the closing word, Yogi have a small announcement to do. So please.
Thank you. So thanks everybody for a great gathering. As editor-in-chief of the Journal of Biosemiotics, I just wanted to invite you all to submit your presentations when you have them ready, drafted up as papers. to our journal. For those of you who don't know, we just found out a couple days ago, our impact factor has just increased to 1.75, something like that. So we are definitely competitive at this point, and we have over 100,000 downloads a year. Our wait time to first decision has decreased to like 18 days. So if you're looking for a nice publication, please submit your articles to the Journal of Biosemiotics. Second point of business about our journal is that we are also actively recruiting a associate editor who would be focusing on marketing, basically, social media, recruiting new articles from, say, the extended evolutionary synthesis groups or medical semioticians or other groups that are biosemiotics adjacent. So this would be somebody who hopefully has facility with design, marketing, and is also a biosemiotician, somebody who knows social media. So if you know of anybody, whether they're a PhD student or someone in this room or not, please do send them to me. Yeah.
It's not really but we did discuss maybe possibly like it might be in the form of an internship.
Yeah, it could also be an internship and could even possibly at some point be a paid internship. But it depends on the level of, if it's somebody who has their PhD, it could be an associate editor, otherwise it could be an intern, possibly even a paid intern. So please, far and wide, put the word out. It's time to have some good science communication for what we do so that we can be sustainable. Thank you.
We will now have some closing words, so I suppose our dear host will have the floor, and Don, Levi, I don't know in which order you want to do that, but please come, and it's all for me right now. I leave you the floor entirely.
Alright, I think we are all pretty tired and hungry, so my closing words are just thank you so much for all of you who resisted and remained with us for the 5 days marathon. Some of you even more than that, those who attended the weekend workshop. So thank you very much. I think this gathering was successful thanks to you and the atmosphere you created. And I would like to especially express my big gratitude to our backstage helpers. For those who want to have one last beer with us, we are meeting at the brewery Svatovarsavsky Pivovar, the same one you visited on Tuesday evening at 7. So you are welcome to join us. And if Don wants to announce the next year's gatherings.
Sure.
But of course, we'll leave the most important moment of thanking our organizers for the last. I need someone on the level of a Kalevi Cool to do this justice. So I'll just go over some more bureaucratic stuff or whatever. Yes, the next year's gatherings will be organized in Copenhagen, and particularly in the honor of Jesper Hoffmeyer, for whom we've been trying to do a memorial for his 80th birthday that was postponed, but would have been his 80th birthday because of COVID. So that will take place. Of course, the papers will be going out soon. We'll put it all together, and we'll meet at one of the many birthplaces. Biosemiotics has multiple origin theory. That's certainly one of them. Okay. Should also mention that each year it's a selection of a paper of the best. Sometimes it was a young researcher, however you want to characterize this, a group of people who are not geezers and old timers and up all the time, the same people you always see. And last year was Joshua Bachigalupi, so we wanted to give Josh present board members who've been observing. At some point, we'll probably at the bar tonight, we'll get together and make a determination for this year's candidates and selection for that. I think the only last thing I have to say of a programmatic nature, organizational nature, Kalevi and Paul Cobley will be giving a talk on the influence of John Dealey on biosemiotics tomorrow. I can send out the link if anyone's interested. You can just join on Zoom. Okay, I see some interest in joining on Zoom. And if Kalevi and I find a place to hold it here, we'll let you know. Anyone who wants to come sit down and watch with us. But we won't have a screen or anything like that. It's going to be extremely low tech. We'll be on a single laptop. You could bring yours, or you could watch in the hotel. But it just thought it'd be a nice way to, just happens to wrap up pre-gatherings, the gatherings, post-gatherings. Okay. Myself, what was that? That would be 3 p.m. Yeah, and I'll send out an announcement. Myself, of course, extremely proud to see this new generation of biosemioticians and all our new presenters and all of our new friends who come here this year. Really, this is a good feeling. This will go on long after we've left the stage. So I'm very happy about that. And for our final words, they can only come from Kalevi Cool.
Dear friends, it's a very good feeling to be on the edge of one's own understanding. Notice we are all just now on the edge of our understanding, but there is more, also collectively. Biosemiotics as such is heading the whole field of a bridge between semiotics and biology in just at the edge of understanding, and I think we are very happy to live just in this period where something big seems to be happening in this field. So we have been learning pretty much in the last decades from semiotics, and now we think we should start more to maybe introduce this understanding to the world of biologists. And so that I see as one of our tasks for next maybe decade, maybe century. So as long as there is life, there is semiosis. As long there is semiosis and life, there will be biosemiotics. So long live our friendship, our good feelings, our love.